to make a way for our ghetto kids to breathe. Show a sign, make us all believe. Cause I ain't mad at you.
For all the homeboys that passed away.
I ain't mad.
All the homeboys locked in jail. All the people that lost a loved one this year. We ain't mad. I ain't mad at you. Hell nah, I ain't mad at you, man. Nah. I ain't mad at you.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice it.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Very good morning to you. 6 o'clock today, being the what date is it?
5th of September.
The 5th of September, and the day is Thursday. My name is Eric Latif. Welcome to the Situation Room. And in the Situation Room with me, Ndu Oko.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. Right. And Jerry Thorne,
Good morning.
how are you?
Good.
You slept well?
Very.
Woke up well?
Very.
It's not yet bright out there, but you're feeling bright and shiny?
Great.
Yep. And CT Muga.
It's a bright, dark morning.
Bright, dark morning.
Yes.
This is what City Muga actually feels and things. But you're feeling really, really, really bright, right? Yourself.
Yes, I'm feeling happy.
I'd expect so.
Yes, I'm feeling happy.
This is a Situation Room, the show that takes a look at everything that's happening around the world and puts it into context with various conversations. Let's take a look at what's been covered in the headlines globally.
Andu, go ahead.
KRA. KRA CT is not relenting in the fight. KRA goes after 7 governors in 13 billion shilling tax row. The agency goes after county chiefs who owe billions of shillings in unremitted taxes.
Well, that's
And
the headline.
This is
but
the headline on the front
yes,
of the
KRA,
Standard.
KRA is trying to sanitize their name. Yes, after all the interesting, torrid news we heard about the employees within KRA and the shenanigans they were involved in, this is now KRA telling us they're doing what they're supposed to do anyway.
Yeah, they're doing their job. So it's proclamations about what it is that they're supposed to be doing. The claims that there's 13 billion shillings out there from 6 plus 1 county chiefs, plus 1, of course, being Nairobi. The claims arise from tax deductions and those which were never remitted by the county government. The taxman is also going after the governors to recover tax due from payments made to county service providers and contractors. So we're looking at cases of non-remittance. And again, I told you that there's a target. There's a target for 2021 of 6.1 trillion shillings. And they have to bring this money in.
Yes, I'm looking at the same paper, but do they say over what period this money is owed?
Actually, they don't say over what period. Just looking closely into that story, what they've done is they've gone ahead and said per governor the amounts that is owed per.
Because, for instance, the city county of Nairobi claimed that at the transition period of 2017 they paid 1.2 billion shillings. Yes,
But it still seems, according to the taxman, that the same amount is owed. The same amount of what they have said to have been paid is still owed.
No, what
KRA.
the city county is claiming they've paid is 1.2. What is owed, according to them, is 4.5. Yes.
Of which they haven't yet refused to pay, and they haven't failed to honor the summons. So I'm wondering why it's news per se. This is internal communications between KRA and the governors.
Yes, but what
and
is
it's
interesting
not newsworthy yet.
The language that a lady by the name of Elizabeth Mayo, KRA's Commissioner for Domestic Taxes, used. Why government officers have to use this language, I really don't understand.
What does she
Really?
say?
All governors who do not comply will be prosecuted.
There you go. We'll attach accounts of defaulting counties to recover money. governors are expected to also have paid their personal taxes, assuming that they have not, from their own incomes. So it's punitive once again, coming with a punitive hand from KRA.
It's very accusatory because no crime has been committed yet.
Right.
It's not something to be brought to the fore in terms of newsworthy. Although I do think, again, KRA is sending a message, a clear message, more than anything. More than anything, KRA is sending a clear message and a warning. So this should act as a deterrent for those who perhaps intended to evade tax.
Jerry, they send these warnings all the time.
I think it's
They
fueled.
haven't been this consistent. I mean, this is the headline.
Well,
and
the news,
every
the,
week they're
the
going
media
for
has also
senior
not
officials.
been as consistent as they have been in bringing out the rot within KRA.
Exactly.
Yes, these fellows
But
have their
who's
back
sharing
against
the
the wall.
information? It's KRA.
Yes.
KRA is going out and sharing this information intentionally and very consistently. I think the last 3 weeks we've seen very senior officials, KRA go for very big businesses as well, in making headlines. So they're out to make a statement or send a message clearly. And yeah, I don't doubt that it's because of this pressure of the 6.1 trillion
I'm telling
revenue
you,
that they have to
the
collect.
imminent target for it's not a long time to collect the huge amounts of money that they are that they have to. They have a target and they'll
Serious
go.
pressure.
There's serious pressure. They've only got 2 years, So
Okay.
2021 is just around the corner, and 6.1 trillion shillings is not chicken change.
I'm looking at The Nation. Of course, a lot of people are talking about this on social media, but Kenyans have now been caught up in the South African xenophobia wave. Sadly, of course, this is South Africans turning against what I would call fellow Africans, but what they regard as foreigners in their country, for a number of different reasons, which we'll discuss in detail throughout the show. But now Kenyans have been caught up with it. Angry youths attacked South African businesses in major Nigerian cities in retaliation. So that's all going on today. Of course, this kicked up yesterday. Everybody's talking about it. I think we'll be spending a bit of time on it in the show, Ndu. Is that right?
That's right.
What is of interest is that Kenya National Union, TSC, Teacher Service Commission, has actually fired 40 senior teachers who heeded the union's call to resist training on new curriculum, and 124 others have been suspended, but they haven't left the matter there. They vow to recover salaries paid to NAT members who are facing disciplinary action.
They're going to recall the salaries. Well, this could be a violation of their Bill of Rights, isn't it? Freedom of expression. Are they not allowed to express their thoughts on this new curriculum?
No.
Expressing your thought is one thing, but absconding duty probably. That's where TSC is coming from.
No, they didn't abscond duty.
They interrupted training session.
Yeah.
Yes.
Disrupted.
Yes.
But disrupted is open to interpretation, of
It is.
course. So it could
Actually, they are saying they refused to simply go for the training.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so
They
you absconded
didn't make
duty.
sense.
Is that a sackable offence? I think it needs judicial oversight. If the sort of they have to follow disciplinary procedure, which I
They-
doubt they've done
No, they'll follow.
under the Employment Act.
They actually will follow.
But they'll go as far as recalling salaries.
What we're hearing is what they intend to do after they've followed the procedure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, irrespective of the outcome, these people will be fired.
I doubt it. I think this is again yet another warning.
It's an intention. It's a warning of intention. This is intent to.
It's a warning to other teachers, like toe the line to
Or
the
else.
union.
How
Yeah.
useful do you think such warnings are?
It's the two flexing their muscles.
Just
So
put it out
they're
there.
telling the union, you don't mess around with us, we can come for you. But the union serves to protect the teachers. So
Actually,
Wait and
it's
see.
not just a warning. The story has attached a letter here to one teacher saying, decision of the commission dismissal. Pursuant to the hearing of your discipline case held on the 15th of August, I'm directed by the Teacher Service Commission to inform you that the Commission has carefully considered your case and has determined that you are guilty of the charges leveled against you and that you're hereby dismissed with effect from the 15th of August for the following reasons.
no, when I say
On this
warning,
date, about on this day, right? So this is actually a
no,
letter
when I
of
say warning,
dismissal.
I don't mean warning in terms of employment. I mean the bigger picture. So
I know,
they're
yes,
setting an
the-
example
yeah, yeah.
of certain teachers
I
for the
was
future.
actually responding to what we were asking earlier, whether this is the beginning of a disciplinary process or whether it was the end. It's actually the end.
But has it been followed? The correct disciplinary
Yes,
process
they have.
under the
They actually
Unemployment
even have a
Act?
list. Now, number suspended 124, dismissed 42, warned 30, interdiction revoked 17, deferred 5, reinvited 1, total 219.
Right.
So they held disciplinary
It's-
hearings.
That is not evidence that they've followed disciplinary procedure under the Employment Act. But we'll wait and see, because I think that will be the nature of the
Jerry,
appeal by the
the
teachers.
time you talk about reinvitation, deferring, they followed procedure.
And
We'll
this is
wait
the
and
Teacher
see.
Service Commission.
They followed
They
procedure.
know the next
They
the
know.
next thing that's going to happen, of course,
They'll be taken to
is
court.
you taken to court.
They
So
know.
they'll definitely have covered some of their bases.
Speaking about following procedure, I know miracles happen. However, a dead man walks into court to battle over 40 million shillings land.
No, that's something worth resurrecting for.
I think, right? 40 million shillings is worth
Oh, yes.
resurrecting.
That is something beautiful to
It's
resurrect for.
miracles, I'm telling you.
Give us some info on that. How did
A
he-
man reported to have died years ago showed up in court yesterday seeking to be enjoined in a 40 million shilling land case. The court had been actually furnished with his death certificate as proof that Kimani Mungai was dead when he filed an application saying he had been notified as by a buyer of his land.
that he was
Uh,
dead?
That he was no, that his
Oh,
land was actually being now sold and he had to resurrect to claim it back.
Okay.
Ruth Wamboi Kimani, who claims to be Kimani's wife, had told the court that he had died 9 years ago. Maybe he was dead to her, but not actually dead.
Well, that's it. Dead. You're dead to me.
There you go. So Wamboi had filed a case over the piece of land in Makadara that she stated she could not inherit because she realized it had been transferred to Kagure. She filed the case against Kagure on 7th of August. She claimed she was administrator of the estate and that he had died in 2010. However, Kagure now showed up to court to say that in actuality he was not dead and that he still claims ownership of the land. Interesting things happening in the courts.
This is quite serious. I mean, so you actually claim that this is your husband and he died and that you'd like to inherit. And then you realize that, no, the land has been sold to somebody else. And that person who has allegedly bought the land has actually contacted the supposed dead man. And the man, there's a photo of him here. He looks very healthy.
Oh, he
He's-
walked
he
into
walked
court
into
yesterday.
court and he's saying,
And he's definitely not a ghost.
He's not a ghost. He walked into court yesterday.
okay.
Yeah.
Only in Kenya.
Miracles.
And then some politics and well, the politicization of the Mao evictions has come into full play now. Mao evictions, a scheme to prevent DP from ascending to the top seat, allies claim. That's in the Nation. Page 4 of the Nation. Deputy President William Ruto's allies in the Jubilee Party yesterday claimed the Mao evictions were politically instigated to stop his 2022 presidential bid. The leaders who spoke to the nation separately claimed a March 9th, 2018 handshake between President Uhuru and ODM leader Raila Odinga was the first deliberate attempt to curtail DP Ruto's rise to power, closely followed by the fight against corruption and now the Mao evictions. Everything seems to be against him. Can't the country move forward without it being
he's
tied
fighting
to
a
curtailing
war on
his
too many fronts.
He's choosing to fight a war on too many fronts.
There's
Nobody's
too
fighting him. He's
many
jumping into
fronts.
battles that don't involve him and creating battles. How is the fight against corruption an effort to curtail his rise to power? How is
Everything that happens in this country somehow has to be attached.
it's a clever strategy. It's a victimization of the self, and he's very clever because the hearts and minds of Kenyans do like the underdog. So I think that's the card he's playing here. Although with this particular Mao one, I'd like to see what they're purporting, how they're purporting this undermines.
Because
his,
if you think about it, Njeri, the opposite would be true.
right,
If indeed the Mao evictions go on as planned, it supposedly would turn people against the government.
right.
And it would turn them towards the person who champions their interest.
That's right.
So his allies don't seem to be working in their own interest.
Well, actually,
probably
it,
they
could,
just-
it could be more strategic than that. And people turning against the government, Ruto is government at the day, at the
Yes
moment.
and-
So
yes
he's
and-
tied in with that. It depends how much you decide to amplify that this is a government
He's
initiative.
tied in. Remember, we had a caller the other day who told us something. He said it in passing, but it was very, very important. He told us the party is Ruto and Ruto is the party. If you remember. That is the
As far as he was
perspective.
concerned.
That is the perspective, as far as he was concerned, of the voter in that part of the world.
Yep.
Yes. So this has nothing to do with
Which
the government.
reinforces my point. If the party is evicting people, Ruto is evicting people.
No, the government is evicting people. There's a difference here.
You see, there's handshake is now the government.
Yes.
And then Tangatanga is the opposition.
But interesting one with the Mao evictions. It's now been politicized. Of course, it's all about the preservation of land and the effect that the deforestation has had.
Yes.
Dried up the Mara River. There's even, affecting Tanzania and so on. We'll be looking at that later, I think you said.
Yes, we'll be looking at that later, and we'll be steering clear of the politics of course, the politicians, like CT said, their nature is to speak and just speak, and we shouldn't really let them affect what you're saying. So anyway, moving on. Business or...
If you look at business from this particular angle, is that it's now being suggested that Kakamega County government should explore ways of taking over management of the troubled Mumias Sugar Company. A task force which was set up says that the devolved unit should use part of its revenue to buy shares of the ailing miller as it moves towards full control. So, I mean, since obviously in the many years it's been in existence, if not able to manage it properly, looking at Kakamega as a county, they should be able to, buy into the company and see how they can manage it from a county point of view, basically own it and take responsibility for it at that rate rather than seeing it go to the dogs.
Okay. Price undercutting sinks Kenya's insurance reach to a 15-year low. Now, the insurance penetration in the country has dropped to 2.4%. The entire country, penetration of insurance is 2.4% of the GDP, the lowest in 15 years, in a trend linked to price undercutting in the industry on heightened competition. The reach hit its peak in 2013 at 3.44%, but has been dropping for 5 consecutive years, showing that the sector has not been successful in riding on insurance opportunities presented by the expanding economy. The Kenya Association of Insurers Chief Executive Tom Geshohe said in an interview yesterday that penetration level is not keeping pace with GDP growth, and poor underwriting has worsened the situation by slowing the growth rate of gross written premiums. This is what you were discussing the other day, CT. I mean, really. So they are also actually just admitting we have not come up with new products. We are still competing on the same products.
They're talking nonsense.
So we are undercutting ourselves on the same products. We have not. Magoha should talk to them.
Eric,
Innovation.
Eric, these people are happy with what they have. They have these nice, huge buildings that they have built. They make massive, they generate massive incomes. The CEOs earn huge amounts of money. You tell me, 2.4% of our population, what on earth does that tell you? Do they really want to grow? Are you telling me that the insurance industry cannot generate the sort of processes or products that would suit the population of Kenya who currently are not insured? No, they can. They're not interested.
Not interested.
They're not interested.
Yep. So in somewhere around Machakos, Mavoko, there's gonna be some free 12,000 acres
Free.
soon. Yes,
Free.
up for grabs. Not
Free.
free. Well, it's gonna be let go by the East African Portland Cement Company, which has been going through serious financial troubles. So the board has resolved to dispose of the firm's prime but idle land in Mavoko sub-county in a bid to raise much-needed working capital. In a circular scene, all stakeholders have been called for an extraordinary general meeting on September 27th to ratify this move. The board's move, and this is it. The idle land earmarked for sale is well over 12,000 acres. The firm's acting managing director, Stephen They, however, said the daunting task is to remove thousands of squatters currently occupying the parcel of land.
Let me tell you something.
12,000 acres here between Athi River and Machakos. Prime.
What's the catch?
Squatters.
Yeah.
We've got many squatters. Oh, well,
Who owned the land?
Portland Cement.
So they're selling
so
it.
they're
or
selling
they're-
it.
Are they selling it? Or
Yeah,
they're-
they want to sell it. So this used to be their mine. This is where they used to mine a long time ago, and then so it is now disused mines. But over the last couple of years, like 10 years, we've seen squatters creeping into that land. Many squatters, of course, politically motivated because people knew what exactly was going to happen. And this is what has happened now. So the board has said we need to sell off this land. Of course, you're going to find squatters, political motivation. No, we can't just kick out people. Well, yeah, they are innocent people. They have pieces of they have title deeds. despite very many caveats that have been placed by EAPCC saying this land is not for sale, this land belongs to buyer beware, all those. But you will see many squatters are going to
You
be
know, Eric,
benefiting.
there's a piece of news here in the business section that has caught my attention. 241 billion shillings held by firms. Now, these are monies that have remained unclaimed in banks and other institutions where people have in the past deposited money. 240.
And how
1
do you claim
billion.
it?
Billion.
How can I claim it? How does somebody claim it?
And
Well, what it often means is that the person whose money it was passed away, there was no existing will, or it was never listed. It was never indicated. So unless somebody knows how to follow the processes of claiming it, if they're reporting 241 billion, it means the money it's more.
What I'm curious about is do they encourage relatives and so on to claim it?
Nope.
No.
Do they sort of try and investigate for this?
what they do actually is they pass the money on to the Unclaimed Asset Authority. And then the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority actually now then advertises in the paper saying,
I've never seen an
"We've
advert.
you will see soon." Now you can see 241. They'll actually
I
advertise
doubt
and
they'll
say,
be rigorous about
if
it.
if you are if you think that you are an heir to this estate of so and so, 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 we actually know, or you are so and so. If you're in Jerry, we've got some money here that has been unclaimed, that has been forwarded to us. Come and prove that you are Jerry, and we shall release the money to you. And if it not, then the Unclaimed Assets Authority
Keeps
does
it.
Keeps.
to pay for the advertising of other.
Oh yeah, of
Unclaimed
future
assets.
And for
of
running the
future-
business.
And for running the
Exactly.
business, sure.
Unclaimed assets.
Looking at counties, Railways targets major buildings for demolition. So that's in Kisumu. County government in fresh plans to flatten roadside stalls and kiosks. Tenants claim they were not warned. Termed the looming eviction a big blow to their business. So this is with regards to the Transport Cabinet Secretary James Macharia recently saying that there's a growing demand for oil products in the region, and he's expected to give impetus to efforts at reviving the revamped Kisumu ports. But uncertainty has gripped business owners after the Kenya Railways officials fenced off several iconic buildings to pave way for a fresh round of demolitions. The buildings targeted include Swan Centre, part of the Mega Plaza Mall, and several other structures along Obote Road. And the development will deal the city's economy a major blow. Apparently, 10,000 people will be rendered jobless. A key road connecting the town to Luangi Beach has also been fenced off, with tenants in nearby buildings expressing fears they could be the next victims. So all this, of course, is for the greater good and for the betterment and development. But of course, you've got to crack some eggs to make scrambled eggs.
There's a place you just mentioned.
Got to break them.
You attempted pronouncing it was excellent, but it's called Luangne.
Luangani.
Yes, it means flies.
Luangani.
Yes, it was known for the fresh fried, well, if there's anything like fresh fried fish.
Right.
Yes. And all that parcel of land was actually railway land. And the structures were semi-permanent.
Right.
But I'm informed they've now moved to Dunga Beach. Yes, but that's a little far off
Right.
from the CBD.
I think actually those demolitions are actually they've started taking place. So
Let me explain this. If you think that the Mao evictions are inhumane, those demolitions you're talking about, those kiosks, the largest business in that particular part of the world are this informal sector business. Any business that encroached the railway or was on railway, and railway land, by the way, is not just next to the railway, it's quite vast. They were all demolished. They started off with kiosks within the town, and now this. So there are people whose livelihoods depended on that. Because those kiosks are, they are food kiosks, they are clothes, everything you can think of. Mini shops, in short.
Were they compensated?
By whom?
The demolishers?
No.
The government.
we don't
They were not
understand this
compensated.
compensation
They were not
language.
compensated.
at
So
that
they were there illegally, but of course.
No,
Right.
Jerry, they were not there illegally.
Right.
They were not there illegally.
Okay.
What-
Were they there legally?
They were there legally. What they had were leases from the railway. So they purported. Okay, letters allowing them.
Allowing
And
them
is
to operate
the
from there.
railway is allowed to lease?
Now that
Is
question,
that legal?
That's the other question. And then had the railway given them ample notice to vacate? Because that's the other one.
they were given notice.
Okay.
They were given notice. The thing about temporary, you see, the two legal issues are here. If the railways has land within the jurisdiction of the county, then the laws that will be applied, Njeri, correct me if I'm wrong, are the laws of that particular county.
There might be national laws that would supersede that.
Yes.
The bylaws.
There were claims that the legal processes were not exactly followed, because for them to actually get leases, the board that governed the function of the railway needed to have sat and needed to have given that
It's
authority.
a little technicality there that
That
works
little
to the
technicality,
advantage
yes,
of
but
the
to
railways.
actually
of
give
course.
So the first thing that I'm told happened was that the letters they purportedly exhibited, they were told...
These are fake.
Sorry. Like the titles in Mao. These are fake.
Which are taking center stage very
Yes.
soon. It's interesting also to note that KQ has dropped its bid for the takeover. Kenya Airways has withdrawn its controversial proposal to merge operations with the Kenya Airports Authority. I don't know if this is because of pressure that we've seen recently, but the decision was formalized at a board meeting on the 27th of August. Outgoing KQ Chief Sebastian Mikos made the announcements late yesterday or the day before. Kenya's board and management believe that the privately initiated investment proposal has catalyzed important discourse about the future of Kenya's civil aviation, which is now being led by the government of Kenya. So,
I think they're
no longer interested.
Well, if they are now seeking nationalization, then it'll come in. It'll be automatic. Two national entities. So this is Kenya Airways, not privately owned, it's government. This is Kenya Airports Authority, it's government.
So if they
There are
nationalize
many
it,
ways
are they going to pay off other shareholders in Kenya Airways?
Yeah,
They should.
that's what
Don't
happens.
have to.
They would have to.
They have to.
They have to.
Because
Do we
they-
have examples of situations where they've nationalized an institution and paid other
paid.
No,
investors?
usually nationalization is looked as retrogressive. Usually it's national organizations that are privatized in order to raise funds and so on. And it's, towards the capitalist model. So this is considered, nationalization is considered a step backwards in sort of modern
Okay.
democracies.
It's
and
a step
capitalist
backwards,
countries.
but do they pay those who...
They would have to.
No, do we have evidence of them governments ever having paid?
In this particular case, because it's listed, right? It's a listed
It is
company.
listed.
So
and
there's
they're-
shareholders
and
that
they're
have to pay them. They
shareholders.
can't just grab, smash
So
and
the,
grab.
the government, the
Clearly,
government is
the
a
question I'm
shareholder.
asking,
So for you
I'm
to
asking
increase-
myself.
What you're asking is that if there's evidence of them
Of
having
them
paid
having
previously.
happened.
Well, there's very few cases. I can't think of any off the top of my head whereby institutions have gone from being private into being nationalized. It's usually the other way.
My understanding of nationalization, just take over. And that story ends there.
You could be dropping KQ shares very sharply with this conversation. So you see a lot
KQ
of
shares
people
dropped
be-
a long time ago.
And you're dropping them further. A lot of people
No,
will be running
where
away
they've
and
reached,
selling
it's
them.
very
This-
difficult for them to drop further.
Oh gosh, okay, that's even worse.
Okay. Now.
So in something big from the counties probably. City Hall embarks on plan to curb frequent fire outbreaks. The Nairobi County government has started the process of developing a disaster management plan and policy to deal with frequent disasters in the capital. We talked about them. We've talked about the markets, Gikomba Market, the other one that was up in flames the other day, Githurai, right? And Disaster Management Chief Officer Anne Mwenda. So this office actually exists, but this is the time when they are starting a process of preparing a disaster management plan. So the Chief Officer, Anne Mwenda, said officials are reviewing the city's 2015 County Disaster Management Act with a view to coming up with an efficient law to manage the sector. Ms. Mwenda pointed out that some disasters occur because of lack of preparedness, noting that the policy and plans that the country is intending to adopt will help with all the 4 stages of disaster management. That's preparedness, response, mitigation, and recovery. According to the Kenya National Fire Brigade Association, between 8 and 10 fire incidents are reported to the Nairobi County Fire Brigade Control Room daily, with the cause of most cases remaining unresolved. Last month, property worth over 1 million shillings was destroyed after they gutted the Githurai Kwambao market. The cause is still unknown.
Well, if the conversation has started for the development of such, after all of these things have happened, it's a bit frightening to
They're
think
gonna
about when
review.
this actually will be done.
The
And how
act-
many more fires will actually take place?
The
before
act that we are
something-
reviewing is actually a 2015 act. All right, it's fairly new act, but we need to review it and see how best then to implement it.
Fires don't accord you the time to
to think
To
and
think
see
and
what to
plan
do.
like that.
Well, now that we're talking about the Nairobi County government, we'll also be looking at what's happening to the Nairobi County governor, and that's Mr. Mike Sonko. And that is what C.T. Muga will be raising this morning, the Nairobi County government issue. What will you be saying?
Well, you see, every
Now,
time
in brief, what will you be saying?
I will be saying
it.
that there seems to be a group of people who are hell-bent on finding fault and vilifying Governor Sonko. Because even when you have a situation where other governors are mentioned, Governor Mike Mbuvi's name always comes up on top. The headlines say 7 governors, but the story begins with Mike Sonko. That can't be deliberate.
C.T. Muga will be going with what Mike Sonko keeps saying. There are people who are against me. My enemies are ganging up against me. There are people who are hell-bent on bringing down Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the governor of Nairobi. Well, C.T. Muga will tell us more about this. It's 6:30. This is the Situation Room. Eric Latif, Ndu Oko, Jerry Thorne, and C.T. Muga. Keep it right here.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How, you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya. Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best, freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles? Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where and how you can be a part of all that. The lifestyle guide that has been missing in your life. Pulsar. Live it up.
Are you ready? Okay.
Traffic.
All right, let's get things moving this morning. Apparently, there's an issue heading into the CBD right now because there's some road construction work going on, zebra crossing being marked and potholes being taken care of. So coming into the city seems to be a bit of an issue, but that will clear up as more minutes pass by. Mlolongo coming out towards Mombasa Road has an issue this morning, and Matatu's turning. So this is increasing the traffic issue, and so Mombasa Road already is piling up, but still moving. People have decided to use the Kingara James Gishuru Road coming out of Waiyaki Way as an option to get in back to Westlands quicker. And there's an alternative, however. Waiyaki Way is still giving us some issues this morning. Langata Road, Jogo Road and Thika Road moving slowly but surely this morning. We'll see how that progresses as the minutes tick by. Give us a call on 0719 012 600 and let us know where you might see some issues and how we can help.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 o'clock. Good morning. Well, C.T. Muga. So Mike Sonko has enemies all round, right?
So it would appear, if you consider His Excellency Mike Movie's political career as has been recorded by our media, he was a really unlikely candidate as a member of parliament, and yet he did become a member of parliament. Mm-hmm. He was an even more unlikely candidate when he wanted to be a senator. He ended up becoming senator. Now, when it came to being governor, he was definitely very unlikely. And there was nothing negative that wasn't said. From his not having gone to school, for his leadership style was questioned. He was called a thug. He was called a drug dealer. There's nothing he wasn't called. Nothing. None of these things, however, were ever proven. They were just, he was simply labeled, and they continue to label him. He became governor. He's still governor. Now that he's governor, the focus seems to have turned on him. Now, one of the things that people who say have nothing positive to say about the governor will say that the governor has done nothing. Now, I have come to understand that whenever Kenyans tell you that someone has done nothing, it means they have an idea of what the person ought to do, and often they're not very clear about this. But so long as they think it hasn't been done, then the person has done nothing.
Do you have a list of his achievements?
Do I have a list of his achievements? Let me ask the question. Achievements as in, has he been doing what he's supposed to do as governor, or has he surpassed the target?
Both.
What's the governor supposed to do? Manage the county?
And develop the country.
Precisely.
So they must be tangible developments that you should be able to list if you think he's done something.
I think he has. I think the road network in this city has definitely improved.
Right.
The lighting system in this country has improved. I look at the beautification of the city; it has improved.
Yeah, we have some lions in the roundabout.
Yes, yes.
But he listens to the people. When people complained about those lions, he took them off, which is very good leadership, I think. It's a sign of very good leadership.
Yes. Whenever you've had situations where even the government itself wanted to evict some of the tenants in their houses in some of the estates in Eastlands, he was at the forefront of fighting.
Yeah, he's also brilliant at PR. He's great at those stunts. I'll have to add that. I have nothing against him as yet, although I do have my 2 cents on what you're asserting, but go on.
I'm simply saying that there are people who, in my view, are elitist, who have an idea of the sort of person they ought to have as governor. A person with a certain renowned capacity for a certain amount of education, maybe a title, maybe the way they present themselves. Governor Sonko dresses up like a pop star. He likes flashy clothes, he likes bling. That's his style. And it appeals to people. In fact, if you look at Governor Sonko, this is a situation that is still debatable. Is this popularity real? I know it is real. Because his brand of politics appeals to very many people.
Populism, absolutely.
Yes. He goes beyond Robin Hood. He's the sort of person...
So you admit he's a thief, do you?
I said he goes beyond...
Robin Hood was a thief, so you're saying he's better than that? No, stole from the rich and gave to the poor, but he was a thief.
Not a thief.
Of course he was.
He wasn't. He had found a mechanism for distributing wealth.
No, he used to steal from the poor, from
Jerry,
the rich and give to the
City
poor.
has not finished introducing his topic.
Okay, go on.
No.
Had you finished?
If Njeri doesn't interrupt, she won't be Njeri. So we cannot, in the middle of our program, ask Njeri to move from the time.
I don't want him to build on a false promise. economist. So every time he steps out of line and brings up a fallacy, I have to correct
I
him.
am delighted that Jerry's proving the point I was
And
making.
you've got the right to reply.
Remember that group of elitist-minded people who believe that things must be presented in a certain way.
You shall know them by their spots.
Yes, a leader must be seen to have done A, B, C, D, attends this and this, goes to this and this. For these people, my Governor Mike Sonko scores next to zero because he does none of these things. But unfortunately, the people I'm referring to comprise a very small portion of the voting bloc in this county. The very large proportion of people who vote actually think that Mike Sonko is the sort of leader they want. I'm going to give an example. Recently, when we had the passing away of the unfortunate passing away of the MP for Kibra, he made a statement. Well, he made two statements. Both were fairly sensational. But the one I'm referring to is when he said he is offering 15 buses for people who want to go for the funeral and is even offering them a small per diem. People like such things. They love such things. He understands it, which means this man understands the mind of the people. I'm going to take my argument further. If Governor Mike Sonko decides to vie for the presidency, whoever else is going to be vying with him will have a very, very hard time.
Okay, so we've heard you now. So now
preposterous.
land this plane. You started by saying there are people
Yes.
who are out to get Mike
Yes,
Sonko.
yes.
Which people are these, and how do you arrive to that?
I've already singled
calls
them
them the
out.
elitists.
Elitist-minded
But how are
people.
they getting him?
Elitist
What is it that they're
minded,
doing
Well,
now? I
one
mean,
of the things that you do is this. First of all, you always find fault. There are those who would say, no, it's not fault. They are critiquing, but it never ends. Here we have a case which is reported in the papers about some garbage collection. If you read the headlines, it's like the man is already guilty and has pocketed 20 million shillings. But when you read the article, they say, no, the money was passed through proxies and it doesn't link Sonko directly. So which is which?
Well, they've got to sell papers, so they've got to
Which
be a
is
little
which?
bit sensationalist. So.
Okay. And you now have a situation where they're saying that there are some MCAs who belong to the committee that actually debated that issue of garbage collection. And they're reported to say that they have now been prevented from going to Mike Sonko's office. They're reported to have. And they also further report that the bodyguards at the gate said they were told not to let them in. Now, you asked me to provide evidence. One thing that Governor Mike Sonko seems to know well is how to position himself with the media. Yes. But with every positive thing that seems to come out, something negative always comes out. Like, let me read for you Corridors of Power. May I?
Yep. Read.
Okay. Have the MCAs who flagged the suspicious 350 million garbage collection tender been barred from setting foot in Governor Mike Sonko's office? Poses a question. Well, one of the legislators, the committee that probed the matter, whispered to Corridors that together with his two colleagues, they were on Monday blocked from entering the governor's office. Blah, blah, blah.
But the governor is never there, he said.
Sonko spent more than 8 hours in the Integrity Center where he was grilled by the Anti-Corruption Commission detectives over the questionable award of the tender of some 13 firms. Now, issues of tenders being questionable within any county government in this country.
Not new.
No, it's not only not new. Some are glaring. Some amount to outright theft. If they actually get a small inch in a column in the county news, that's as far as it goes. And 350 million tender in a county government is not the most amount of money that any county can spend on anything developmental. Not really. But this one gets our headlines. Why not others? Again, someone will tell me,
Proximity.
but not only proximity, they'll say he's always in the media. He is media savvy. The media likes him. So I am saying that there are people who understand this phenomenon and they milk it. Now, naysayers like yourself, Eric, will say, but Waititu is also in the papers.
Yeah, not just Waititu. All the other
Other governors in the papers as
Mwangi
well.
Wairia in Muranga he was transported from Muranga all the way to the EACC.
They even mentioned the car that brought him to the Land Rover.
A Land Rover.
Yes, but he didn't stay in the papers as long as Waititu did. Did he? So, if you ask that question, is Waititu also being vilified deliberately? I wouldn't say so. But I would say that Mike Sonko is definitely being vilified.
I think it's easy. It's interesting to look at the fact that yes, he didn't fit the bill or did not fit the measurements of what a governor would be. Just as you said, it should be some kind of political clout, some kind of political stature. Having reached some kind of educational threshold, he should. There was kind of like a one size fits all in our minds of what a governor should have been. Should not dress a certain way. Should not address people in a certain way. But he still went ahead and operated in this manner and still won the hearts of the people, because at the end of the day, what do we say the government is for? The people.
Yep.
And he was able to feed into the needs of people directly. When we looked at people who were, for example, not able to pay hospital bills, or people who were not able to meet their specific needs in terms of job creation and things that he did, he went ahead and actually filled those holes and filled those gaps, plugged those holes, and was able to actually gain quite some traction amongst the people. Suffice to say that I would agree that there are some people who would not be happy with the way in which he went about doing the business of the government, and then would also be quite satisfied if there were some arms of the law that then went against him to negate this other work that he was then,
and you've said it,
then able
arms
to do.
of the law. That means you're following due process. So if somebody comes after you, Ndu, and it's a matter that they're saying investigating because of ABCD, you're holding public office, so we're investigating things that have happened in your office. You can't start saying, this is a common thing that politicians always do. We are being targeted. My people are being targeted. Somebody's after us. Look at what's happening in Mau now. We're trying to say, somebody's trying to block Ruto's rise to the top seat. Why? Why are you politicizing a due process that's being followed? Are you questioning the method in which the EACC has actually summoned the governor? Are you questioning the county assembly the county assembly committee that investigated this matter and raised the issues? Are you questioning all these things? If you are telling me that the county assembly, for example, ignored some very glaring facts and truths in coming up with their report, that is one thing that you could say. If you're saying that EACC did not even issue summonses to Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko to come and meet them and explain, that is something that you could say. If you're saying that Sonko has been taken to court, he has not even been given a chance to be heard, he has been condemned, that is something you could say. Surely, we can't stop investigating public officials because there are people who are out to get them.
So you're saying that it's too early in the game for any kind of speculation to be made or done because no allegations have been made. We're just in the stage of investigation and questions are being asked. It seems that everything that this man does is questioned,
Not everything has been questioned. He has done so many things. This is the first time that Mike Sonko has actually been summoned to the EACC.
Because they had to find something
Since
that they
he
could
became
use.
governor.
They had to find something that they could use to pin against him.
Not that they
Is
had
it
to
the first
find.
time, really, Eric?
When was the other time that he was summoned to the EACC?
I'm just asking because
EACC.
If I recall, there was a time he also went to the EACC. I'm trying to remember what it was about.
As a witness or being questioned?
Well, I wish I was certain about it, but he has been to the EACC. I will give you the response in a minute.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, just find out when. Because I'm thinking, since he became governor just barely 2 years ago, we have not seen Mike Sonko being taken to, being dragged in court cases.
No, that isn't dragging. I mean, he was summoned and he went.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And there was due process followed. So we can't just start saying it because something has happened. Now there are people who are out hell-bent on getting Mike Sonko.
You know something? Every time someone cries wolf, you say, okay, they're crying wolf. That's why it's called crying wolf. But I am saying this, and probably what lends credence to what people claim, he doesn't have a deputy. He doesn't have a county secretary. And that question or that debate has gone on for some time. And there's also the question, they say that he changes his ministers. You are right, Eric. Nairobi is at the center of what happens in this country. So it is likely that he probably gets more limelight. He seeks it himself, but he gets more limelight than other governors.
And attention as well, yes.
Yes, this is not what I am talking about. I am saying this. If you look, for instance, at, I'm going to draw a parallel here. The number of times people have gone out, and in the recent past, to blame President Uhuru, blame for things that are happening in the country. Blame, outrightly blame. He said the president has done this. And you wonder, do they understand that certain functions in this country were actually devolved?
Exactly.
Do they actually understand this? That the president actually can't do anything. That's the whole point of devolving power.
Yep.
Okay? And he Do they stop blaming him? No. And if you look carefully, in fact, you don't even have to look carefully. You will find it's a certain category of individual who's aligned to a certain category of individual who keep, and that's called vilification. Okay.
Yep.
Now we have a situation in the Mao where this drama is playing out right into the open. Okay, a long history about it. I am saying this: there is no time since, from the time Governor Mike Mbuvi started campaigning to be governor of Nairobi, there's nothing that was not said about him. The person who highlighted it most was a gentleman by the name of Miguna, who the media allowed. They gave him airtime to insult everybody with whom he was in a talk show. There is no one he did not insult. He called everybody a thief. He called everybody a brigand. I think if there's any word in the English language that that negatively describes people, he used them. Oh, yes. And the media has followed, and others have also followed. And the bane of contention seemed to have been Mike Sonko's education.
Or lack of it.
Yes, and this is a question that one wants to ask. Why do you set a threshold of a bachelor's degree for a political position? Why? Why? It's like saying you must have a PhD to be a CEO. Why? By the time you get a PhD, you're leaning towards academia. So excel in academia. Not to say you can't do anything else, but
unless you're CEO of an
the two are not
institution.
related whatsoever. The first world as we know it are coming around to this, and they're employing people for their expertise. Yes, some qualifications, some basic qualifications. Case in point, the late, come on people, this is something you should, the CEO of Safari, Bob Collymore, hey, class, you're asleep today. Huh? Self-proclaimed, no degree. But look at the stuff the man did with Safaricom. Just look at the stuff. You don't need a degree for this thing. So what makes you think you need a degree to run a county?
It's okay. It's okay. So if there was somebody who was out to stop Mike Sonko, they would have stopped him before.
You actually imagine that he is not capable of standing.
No, if they would have
Standing firm on his
we'd
own.
have seen those attempts at stopping him, and well, we can say politically there were attempts
Are
at
these things
campaigning
really
against
visible?
him.
Are they nakedly visible, Eric? When you have machinations and people are fighting, is it actually visible? It manifests itself in some oblique way, but is it actually outright? Is it overt? Once in a while, maybe, but is it genuinely overt?
There's some cases where it's overt.
Like?
There's some cases where, for example, you see somebody has been blocked by their political party from buying for obnoxious reasons. That's overt.
But his party has no problems with him.
Hmm?
His party doesn't have a problem with him.
Exactly.
You know,
the party does not have a problem with it. I'm trying to narrow down, CT, if you don't mind. I'm trying to narrow down into what exactly you're asserting this morning, that there are people who are hell-bent on going against Mike Mbuvi Sonko.
Yes.
And I'm trying to find out where are they and how, what has made you get to this? And you're giving me the history of, Sonko. He was unknown until he went into that by-election and he became MP. Okay. So after that, he was unlikely to become senator, but then he became senator. After that, he was considered unlikely. Maybe you're actually just exposing yourself. You're the one who was considering him unlikely in all those instances.
Yes.
Are you the one who's hell-bent?
One could actually, in political terms, I belong to the category of people who are referred to as non-entities. So it is very unlikely that I would feature.
Elitist minority.
I am elitist, yes, but I am not deliberately elitist. I'm elitist because if you happen to have a university degree, you will be elitist in this country. Because universities are elitist by their very existence. In that instance, yes, I'm elitist. But beyond that, no, I'm not elitist. People who are elitist act it out. They are class conscious. They're status conscious. Now, Sonko doesn't fit into these bills. So, because he doesn't, he already has a group of people who will not favor him.
Just he doesn't fit.
They will not. They're not seeking to send him on to the next world. But politically, they will not support him. It doesn't matter what he does.
They'll always have it in for him in the
Yes,
sense
they
that
will.
whatever move he makes,
He represents something that they find abhorrent.
He doesn't belong.
Yes, he doesn't.
However, here we're looking at a man who has often used his own funds to actually, propel the engines of the county. When we look specifically at things like county payments for staff that would normally or historically not come on time, he would then be in a position to actually make sure that was sorted out and now wait for the Treasury to, finish. And he's made these things public. That also brought about quite a lot of criticism in the sense that, okay, where are you getting all this money that they're able then to, offset county payments? So there's always been a question of where his funding has come from. How is it that you're able to clear bills in hospitals for individuals? How is it that you're able to hire people from, wherever to work on your Nairobi beautification programs and pay them out of your pocket before you get funds into the county kitty, things like this. And that has also quite often brought about some criticism because there have been questions as per how is he able to do this? And then, of course, questions as to where he garnered the wealth that then enabled him to do this. And then if it is of non-reputable source, how is it that we're allowing this individual to be a governor of this particular county?
Do think about it, huh? If the sources not only were questionable but could be proven to be questionable, don't you think somebody would have
blown the
already
whistle?
Said, this guy did this. Forget alleging. They would have said, this guy has done this.
Yes.
This guy has done this. This guy. Have you ever heard of it?
And in that case, you'd be saying there are people who are hell-bent.
Believe me, if there's evidence, then I would say those who are hell-bent their hell-bentness has actually gotten proof. I would say, fine, there's evidence. But there's none. That's why I'm saying there are people who are hell-bent, because they're accusations, but they never bear fruit. It's just accusation and it stops there.
There.
Some of the things that are not even mentioned is that every county has bursaries for students. The same gentleman goes over and above that to provide bursaries to ensure that people actually get there. I'm simply saying this. Whenever you are in a position of leadership, you will attract people who don't like you. If you happen to be a populist, you'll attract even more.
Do you think that he went about doing these things then to garner support, to kind of shut down the naysayers who thought that this individual would never be able to make it in the governorship? Or then if he was to even aspire to higher office, the things that he's doing now to prove that he is a populist, that he is a populist and that he can actually, move for the thoughts of the people. Is he doing this because he's inherently interested, or is he doing it to move forward to then shut down the naysayers who believe that he will not be able to run?
What's the yardstick? I mean, he's not doing this when he became governor. When he was an MP, he did this.
He did this.
He's been doing the things he's doing. He's just escalated. He's
This
been
is
doing
who he
this
is.
for as long as he has been in.
Whoa! Now, are you ready for this? Are you prepared for this? Jerry retreated to actually start taking notes and listen to you keenly so that she does not interrupt you. So she can come in and actually now respond. Her notes are ready.
No. I agree with
Well, something is going to freeze someone. It's going to unfreeze. Wow. Jerry has agreed
To
with
what
me.
extent? And who are these?
totally and wholly and
Who
completely.
are these who are against Mike
I
Sonko?
have no idea, though. I'm hoping he'll tell us.
And how are they going about it, Jerry?
No, it's clear. His argument has convinced me. I revised my position on what I was going to say earlier. He's completely right. I wanted to hear who these elitists are. I've been waiting to hear.
Political enemies come in various packages, okay? Those who oppose you often come out directly and probably vie for the same position as you. Then there are those who support those who don't particularly want you. And among those who don't particularly want you, there'll be teams who are employed to ensure that they tarnish your name at every given turn. It's the way politics works. There'll be media gurus, there'll be Twitter gurus, there'll be Facebook gurus, there'll be all sorts of... And now that we have an industry called fake news.
Fake news gurus.
Yeah, fake news is an industry. There will be people whose duty it is to do that. Now, I am saying that at every given turn, perhaps you'd pose the question, is this just part and parcel? Is this the tick that goes with the dog? Is it that when you're in politics, these things must happen? I would say to some degree, yes. But if I look at the things that I keep reading and hearing with every step, then it isn't accidental. It isn't as though, the governor slipped somewhere and twisted his ankle, so it happened by chance. No. It's directed. It's like everything he does, it doesn't matter how good it looks, there must be a twist to it. It doesn't matter how... If market stalls that were not accomplished in the Ruai area or in Eastlands have now been accomplished, No, all they needed was painting. And the buildings were clearly uncompleted and were later completed during the term.
We've got new playing fields actually around the city. But
Yes.
no, that's not Sonko. That's
Yeah, but so there are certain things that do themselves. The city beautifies itself. The streetlights erect themselves. The good roads also just sort of like pave themselves.
Do you think that do you think that if he was not so eccentric, if he was in nature, that the questions or the criticisms would not have arisen in the manner in which they have over time?
In politics, they will arise. It doesn't. If you are quaint and proper, now they'll criticize you for being quaint and proper.
So it's not unique to Sonko as well, right?
No, it's unique in that it's heightened. Yes, it's
And is
heightened.
it because of the nature of the county of which he is governor
Yes,
of?
it is. It is. This is the city.
Did you
county
see
of
the same
Nairobi.
thing when Kidero was governor? Because now...
Yes, we did, but not on the scale of Sonko's. Not on the scale. Kidero was elitist, and Kidero was liked by these very same group of people who I'm saying. They felt this is a sort of governor we ought to have. An erudite man, is eloquent, but he was eloquent in English. Mbuvi is eloquent in Kiswahili, the national
English.
language. Oh, no. There's something I'm trying to say here. Dr. Kidero also spoke Kiswahili quite well. We're talking eloquence. Mike Mbuvi speaks English very well, but he's eloquent in Kiswahili. And if you're eloquent in Kiswahili, you will be understood better by the electorate.
All right, so Seti Muga this morning is discussing Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the governor of Nairobi. And he's saying, looking at what has been happening lately, there are some people who are hell-bent on going against Governor Sonko. Some people are hell-bent on going against Governor Sonko. What do you think? Our telephone number this morning is 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. We'd love to know what you think. I'll open up the phone lines right after this. And, because we'd like to hear exactly what the people of Nairobi and the people across the country, whether they agree with Seti Muga or not. I personally actually think Seti is amplifying something that does not really exist at all. But... well, what do you think? Let us know. It's now 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room right here on Spice FM.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, the Thika Superhighway is not jammed as normal, and we're looking at a clear situation on Gong Road from Racecourse all the way down. Thika Road is clear from Rui Road to Safari Park. After that, slow motion to Allsops and opens again till Muthaiga, where it snails again. So we have ebbs and flows on Thika Road this morning. You're going to have to be patient as we're getting out. We're saying expect traffic along Bagathi Way because there's an overloaded lorry stuck just after Nyayo High Rise near Memorial Police. The breakdown is on site, and hopefully that will be cleared out so we can get traffic moving. But it has affected traffic all the way to the T-Mall roundabout coming down from Nairobi West and also up towards Langata Road. So we have a bit of an issue there. Apart from that, nothing necessarily out of the ordinary. It's morning traffic moving slowly, and as we get past the hour, we will see that it moves even clearer. 0719-012-600 is the number. Give us a call or send us a message if there's something that you see that others need to know about.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the Situation Room. 3 minutes after 7 o'clock. Our frequencies in Nairobi 94.4, 87.9 in Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu, 96.0 in Nakuru, 96.7 in Eldoret, 90.9 Nyeri, 97.6 in Malindi. We're also streaming worldwide, www.spicefm.co.ke, and our Facebook and Twitter handle, SpiceFMKE, also on Instagram. Our conversation this morning is about Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the governor of Nairobi. C.T. Muga is telling us that he believes that there are people who are hell-bent on going against or going after Mike Mbuvi Sonko. And we're opening up the phone line 0719-012-600. We'd love to know what you think, whether you agree with C.T. Muga or whether you don't agree with C.T. Muga. I am personally saying that I don't agree with C.T. Muga. I think what we have seen so far in terms of accusations, no. Any kind of move that has been made on Sonko has been, let's say, by the County Assembly of Nairobi, which investigated the issue, for example, of garbage collection. EACC has picked up the issue. EACC has followed due process and summoned Mike Mbuvi Sonko to their headquarters for questioning, and that's as far as it has gone. What else has happened against Mike Mbuvi Sonko? We'd love to know what you think. Ndu.
In terms of what else has happened against him, I don't know. I think there's also been accusations in which of the brash way in which he handles, in terms of which his leadership comes about. But that has come from other people. Now, if you look at the law and way in which they're coming after him, I think there's some questions, and specifically this case in which has come against him, or allegations are being made about what it is that he has or has not done. There's this garbage allocation, and it says basically that a huge amount of money has been spent. I think it's 162 million shillings has been awarded to 11 companies around Nairobi just for garbage collection. So they're asking the questions in terms of, 350 million, okay?
Yes.
Right, 350 million shillings. And they're asking how this money was allocated across these 11 companies, because there are questions and there are some red flags that have jumped out. It's questions that are being asked right now. We've not gotten to the stage of charges, allegations being made. But questions are being asked, being provided.
Support the allegations.
He himself has come out to say that right now they're doing the investigations, and they've called him they're seeking answers. They called him to ask some questions, and he answered the questions that they asked him. He said that he's not the one who deals specifically with procurement. He has the officers who do that. However, he does understand that he's in charge of all the officials, under him as governor. Begs the question, though, still, that would this be the case if his leadership style was different, or he was not such an eccentric character as he is now?
This issue of garbage collection, it didn't start with Sonko.
It has always been a contentious issue within the county of Nairobi.
County?
Yes, in Nairobi it has always been a contentious issue. So now it has reared its head again, and it just happens that he is in the position of leadership when these questions are being asked. But now it has gone to the level where it has, in terms of the EACC getting involved and asking questions.
Some of the questions being asked actually date back to before Mike Sonko became
long
governor,
before,
right? So some of the questions being asked there are not saying that in under your leadership ABCD has happened.
No.
He's basically saying in Nairobi County ABCD has happened. So come and shed some light. If some of these things happened before you came to office, do you have any records that you can share with us that show us how the decisions were arrived at? Because the county government of Nairobi and the governor are institutions, not personalities. So you'll have records of what happened, what was discussed in 2013, for example. The decisions that were made by the previous government in 2013, in 2014, in 2015.
Well, it's interesting because this particular issue says that last July, Nairobi County Assembly Public Accounts Committee revealed that officials at City Hall's Environment Department, this is now they're not asking about the expenditure. They're asking about the fact that they could not account for 160 million shillings that had been paid to contracted garbage collectors.
Right.
So according to the documentation that they have, 11 garbage collectors, 160 million shillings could not be found or accounted for. So this is what they're being asked to answer about.
And that's a public accounts committee.
Yes.
Which is doing its job. It's a watchdog job.
Yes, it is.
So who's after Sonko then? If everybody's doing their job, who is this that's after Sonko?
If they're doing their job, why then does somebody go out and claim that he has pocketed 20 million? It's in the papers. And yet they say they can't link the 20 million to Sonko directly. So Why? And he's been accused, it's out there. He has pocketed 20 million. If that isn't going after, what is?
So it's a paper that has reported that you're saying has gone again after Sonko,
No,
or the
at
particular
the risk
reporter,
of offending
or the editor who went through the story.
Eric, we are part of the media fraternity.
Yes.
But at the risk of offending some of my friends, it is clear that some of our colleagues wag the dog. Yes.
0719-012-600. 0719-012-600. I'm opening up the phone lines now. I'd like to hear what you think. Do you think anybody is going against Mike Sonko? He's up to get Mike Sonko. He's after Mike Sonko. You know, Mike Sonko himself has actually said one of the reasons why he does not go to office is because he believes there are people who are up to get him. He fears for his life. It was in the papers last week. We saw that, right? He has also said it before when he was operating from his home. When he operates from his houses, he says, it's because I don't really trust
You
many of
remember
these people.
this came to the fore when he asked. He was at a function and he actually asked people to taste his food for him before he could eat it. But this isn't new. The late Nicholas before what was reported to never eat in public. We've had other senior government officials who are never seen eating in public. This isn't new.
Even some sitting governors also have the same tendencies. They have ways in which, somebody goes and serves them food, but then they exchange plates at the table. People in political positions especially live in paranoia. Last week I said it's paranoia.
What feeds this particular paranoia
Yes.
that you're talking about? So you don't just wake up in the morning and say, I'm feeling paranoid. There must be a chain of events that makes you feel this way. You must feel at some point targeted to some degree for you to open your mouth and say, I have this feeling of paranoia that I'm not going to eat in public, or, I'm not going to go to the office. And, when you then summon me to come before you to answer questions that I will come and answer the questions that you ask me, but then I still leave with a feeling of paranoia. Why is it that this is the gentleman that feels sitting at the helm of this particular county? Why does he feel that way? And it's not something that can be ignored.
I don't know. The guilty are afraid.
Oh, there we go.
Eric has just, was that a Harold Robbins book or was it a James Hadley Chase book? Which was it?
It wasn't a Mills and Boone.
Or Annette Blyton.
Yes.
Have you ever wondered why it is that Nairobi actually doesn't have something that you refer to as a waste management system? We have dump sites. Have you ever wondered? Because a waste management system is what it needs. A dump site is as descriptive as the name suggests. You take waste and you dump it.
there.
Yes. You don't actually solve any problem.
There have been several discussions actually within Nairobi County, even before it became from local government, when it was still a local authority, to now in the era of devolution. Some companies have come in, some governments, I know the JICA has actually been really, really, really involved in trying to come up with this.
The Italians also had some very
Italians also came
interesting
with some interesting propositions on this. Let's work out on a way of what you're calling waste management.
Yes.
So are we saying then that these are, instead of
Lucrative.
looking at a situation whereby Sonko as himself or as the governor is being targeted, we're looking at issues that were inherited in this county that were now being used to blame on him? We've got to find something to use to poke the bear. And in this particular situation, one inherent problem, one historical issue within the county, whether you look from governor to governor, who was it before we had governors? Whatever the situation was, it was town clerks. We had town clerks and mayors, and this issue was still prevalent then. So he's inherited a problem through which now it's going to be used to pin him down in one way or another.
Okay, let's just buy what you're saying, CT. All right? Let's just buy it.
For purpose of conversation.
Yeah, for purpose of conversation. Hypothetically, let's assume that the people who are out to get Mike Sonko actually get him. All right? In this particular one. So he's taken to court and he's facing some charges. On whatever charge, misappropriation of public funds, yada. Right? Going by Justice Mombi Ngoge's ruling, what happens to Nairobi? The first thing, just like in Kiambu, you are not supposed to access your office. You're not supposed to continue serving as governor, pending determination of this particular case.
Yes.
And that's why the deputy governor as a principal assistant comes in. Nairobi does not have a deputy governor. In the absence of a deputy governor, how do we go? We go to the county assembly. The executive hands over to the legislature. So the county assembly is the speaker of the county assembly. We don't have a substantive speaker in the Nairobi County Assembly. So what would happen in that case? What do you think? What do you see happening?
What do I think?
Yeah, what do you see happening?
This is the sort of situation that lawyers dream and wait for, because it will challenge our constitution, it will give us fodder to think, and it will ensure that those who are behind constitutional writing and lawmaking will understand that perhaps the laws we have are inadequate, and that you needed to have considered this particular situation. It will be a precedent-setting situation. To answer your question, that's what it will be.
Jerry, what do you think would happen?
We do have a speaker in Beatrice Elachi. She's very much
Suspended.
speaker.
There's so Beatrice
You
Elachi
then go
is
into the chief whip in terms of MCAs for the lead party, which is Jubilee in Nairobi, I believe. So it would be the chief whip that power would go to. But remember, it's not a national crisis. So it's not a matter of having to invoke extreme laws. It's a county government. And it would probably fall under the presidency for a while until everything is resolved, until laws are made and so on.
How would that come?
That would be my take, maybe turned into a ministry, a metropolitan.
But how would we then do that?
How would it be turned into a ministry?
Yeah, how does the
There would be
national government
instruments.
how would the national government start taking over operations of
This
a
would be in
county government?
extreme. It would be in extreme cases. In terms of, and this now I'm now speculating because there's no guidance in terms of this hasn't happened before and there's no law to guide us here. So what is likely to happen if you're saying there's no speaker, maybe if the speaker is suspended, a new speaker could be voted in. That's a possibility. In the case of an emergency, maybe there's provisions for that in the constitution. Failing that, of course, there's the idea of the chief whip. That would be sort of fifth in power if you look at the national government model.
Chief whip or leader of majority?
Leader of majority, sorry. Usually is a chief whip as well. But in this case, I think a law would be enacted whereby the government would come and take it over as a ministry. In fact, I see that happening.
Why
one
not
of these
election?
fine days. Going to another election? It's a possibility.
Although
too.
now going into an election actually condemns Mike Sonko and says that he has lost his seat. That would be the other conundrum.
It's
Because
a
he's-
possibility.
Really?
It's a conundrum because you haven't been accused. you
Election for what? Election for a speaker or election in the county to vote in a governor?
haven't- to vote in a governor.
But
Before we hand
when you're
over the
suspended,
county.
Eric, when you're suspended, it just means you're waiting for your case to be determined. Yes,
Exactly.
It isn't like you haven't lost your seat. You've been asked to step aside.
Or we have a super minister taking over.
Remember what I said when you
Like,
asked me the
in
question.
Nairobi we have a super minister.
You will have a situation where you have an opportunity for precedents to be set. And we will now understand that perhaps the laws that determine the situation that were previously discussed need to be expanded to accommodate such an eventuality. Because before it happens, it won't have happened. And you'll assume that the laws that we have are adequate. But they'll prove to be inadequate.
Maybe
In the instance when something like this then actually takes
when you
place.
have a supposed gap here, a supposed gap. But I am sure the experts will tell you there is no gap. They'll even tell you what will happen. You see, as Njeri put it, it's not a national crisis. I don't even think it is. Take the view that the governor and his deputy are on one plane going to some place and the plane crashes. And the speaker was in the next plane which also crashed.
Then what would happen?
Yes.
Yeah, there must be some provision in the law that allows for such a
precipitates-
situation to be
precipitates a
taken care
crisis.
of.
It
In that
precipitates
case.
a gap.
Yes, and it's a crisis.
No. A gap isn't a crisis.
It's a crisis because there's no clarity. So we're starting to grope in the dark here.
No, it's an opportunity. Look, you can call it a gap if you like.
Crisis bears and
Eric, if you have a situation where, because we're discussing a legal matter here now, okay? What is the legal process that you follow when such a thing happens? If there's no clear path, you create one. Now, the only way you create it is, again, using the same process that created the other laws that have now proven to be inadequate. So, it's good. Remember, the issue about Punguza Mzigo, and I almost said Beba Mzigo, Punguza Mzigo and BBI, what do you think people want a referendum for? A referendum is so that the people can say, okay, fine, let's change the constitution, isn't it? All right. Now, there are laws that the county assembly can actually create themselves, but not this one. Succession, that's above their pay grade. But there are people who are mandated with that task. It'll be an opportunity for them to think through and to ensure. Look, we have very, very many laws. If you recall when you were writing the constitution, one of the really serious bones of contention had to do with the Qadhi's courts. And I looked at this at the evangelicals in America kicking a fuss because you mention the word Muslim and they go ballistic.
Right. To date.
Yes. Just the word Muslim and they go ballistic. Okay. Now, it's clear to me that many of these people have never lived next door, side to side with Muslims. So their views are A, limited, and B, completely slanted. People who've grown up at the coast like myself will tell you, look, every community has a few bad apples. But the Muslim community that I know of, they're some of the loveliest people you can ever come across. And you find someone who is religious, you will not find a kinder, more progressive person than that one. And he'll tell you the Quran teaches me A, B, C, D. I guess some of these people haven't had that. Now, we are talking about a situation in the county of Nairobi where you have a governor who is a populist. Even if I didn't say what I had said, by virtue of the fact that there are people who wanted that same job as you, there are people who are not happy having you. You will have people who are against you.
There are always
Just
feces waiting
basically.
for the meat to fall.
Now, if you're that popular, the people who are against you will, in a commensurate manner, also act against you. Because you are all vying for the same thing, power. You have it. And when you're more popular, it means you get to be more powerful.
More powerful.
Yes.
Political enemies, political detractors.
Yes.
Right? Political enemies, the conversation is also on our social media handles, Spice FM KE on Facebook and Spice FM KE on Twitter, and we'll be checking on the comments that are coming in there. And also our telephone number 0719-012-600, 0719-012-600. I picked a couple of calls and then they dropped, but now the line is working. The line is actually back up. It had developed some issue. 0719-012-600. You can call us in now. Jerry, initially, you were saying, let's look at the track record of the current governor. Maybe we can actually come to the conclusion of this. But looking at, in the last 1.5 years, what would you say would be the track record of Mike Mbuvi Sonko? Have you seen him working? Have you seen him serving as good governor? Is he actually, living up to the expectations and aspirations of all Nairobians, including the elite?
He's definitely pleasing the masses who voted for him. I mean, he's a populist. A lot of his initiatives involved, one-hit numbers sort of thing, where he pays a hospital bill as opposed to creating a policy that would support people whereby their hospital bills don't need to be paid. He's had a lot of support, and he's done a lot for the health sector, that I know, and for the roads as well. He's had a good track record. The elitist, I'm assuming, CT was talking about would be people that have very huge investments in Nairobi. They're few, but they don't make up the masses, of course. But in terms of the economy, they do hold a big percentage of the economy, so they're still very important. So for them, so long as security is tight and the environment remains conducive, I'm sure they're happy with Sonko as well. So there's no problem there. Good track record.
All right. I've got Balozi Wakitengela online. Balozi, good morning. Oh, I just lost him after I picked him up. So Balozi Wakitengela was telling me when you were contributing, Jerry, that he doesn't believe there's any reason why we should go for any election at this point. We should not lose the governor, let the governor work. But also at the same time, he agrees with CT that there are people who are out to get Mike Sonko. But he says those are his political detractors, his political competitors. And I think we are agreeing that in terms of a politician, you'll always have the person who's chasing you and pushing you so that they find fault so that they can take over your job. And that is okay. That's expected. It's not unique to Mike Mbuvi Sonko, is it, CT?
No, it isn't.
So there's nothing untoward with what we're seeing.
Actually, there is. Look, there is what you call political rivalry. It goes with the terrain.
Yeah.
Okay? But I gave you a parallel when I gave the example of the blame that is heaped on the president's head. You see, a lot of these things also tells you how our people think. Our population seems not to have moved to understand that with the devolution, many things changed. They still have the mindset of an imperial presidency where the president more or less decides everything and can decide anything.
Yep.
We moved from there, but our mindset hasn't moved
Has
from
not.
there. So there's still, when someone says the president ought to say this, the president has not spoken. The president doesn't need to speak. There are people whose job it is to do that work, and it is their job to speak.
To speak.
Yes,
Exactly.
but someone is still waiting for the president to speak.
Until the president gives direction on this,
Yes,
nothing should move.
yes. So again, it's a mindset. Now, it's that same mindset that brings forth people who believe that a certain leader of a certain place ought to be A, B, C, D. And if it isn't, for instance, if you tell someone that you have an MCA who does not have a degree, they don't think it's a problem. They actually don't.
Right, because they don't feel that at that position
You
the
don't.
person needs to gather that
Yes,
kind of influence.
I even ask, at what level do you need a degree? That's a question I want to ask. It begs the question, what is actually degree meant for? But when you're talking about enemies, I'm not talking about the run-of-the-mill, the garden variety enemies. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the sort of enemies who, when you say hell-bent, it means they are trying every which way they can to ensure that you
Everything
leave.
possible.
Yes, it's not some mild activity they're involved in. No.
To ensure that you leave.
It's a concerted effort. Yes.
I've got Balozi back on the line. Good morning, Balozi. Balozi Wakitangala.
And how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the Situation Room. You're here with me and Jerry, Ndu, and CT.
Yes. Good morning, all protocols of the observed.
Good morning.
Yes.
All right. So, what do you think? Are there people who are hell bent on getting Mike Mbuvi Sonko?
Yeah, we have so many people that who want Sonko out. It's political rivalry first. Right now, Sonko. Right now, Sonko can't drink or eat anything because he fears that there are people who want him out of government or dead. One thing, Sonko rubs shoulder with the president. We have people who are jealous of that. Sonko was ranked the best governor. We have people who do not like that.
Yep.
In the media or anywhere. Sonko has done few or more or less things in Nairobi that the former government didn't do. Sonko, if you do anything, he'll say it black or white. So still, you have people who do not want him in the government rather. As for me, my stand is Sonko should be left to work. He has few 2 years to go. Let him do whatever he's supposed to do for the few years. Yeah.
Okay. Asante sana, Balozi Wakitangala.
Karibu.
Balozi, your county is Kajiado.
Yeah, 034.
Right? 034. Okay. So
Yeah.
in 034, if Governor Olelenku was summoned by the EACC today to go and respond to questions about one or two things that have been raised by the County Assembly of Kajiado,
Yes.
would you consider that the people who are out to get Governor Olelenku?
Not really. Okay. If Governor Olelenku has not worked, or rather has not, we have people, you can never place everyone. That's one thing. So the people who are his rivals, if they see it's not fit for him being there,
Yep.
they'll find any small loop for him to be questioned,
Yeah.
rather for him to come out say clearly what he has done with the county funds
Okay.
and the like.
So.
They'll have to get people from EACC to do that, and for him to be summoned and to answer questions. And rather, you can do that, but at the end of the day, he'll come out clean.
All right. Thank you very much, Balozi, and have a good day.
Welcome.
Also, I've got another call on the line. Good morning. This is Spice FM. You're in the Situation Room. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine, sir.
What's your name?
My name is Yegon.
Don't
from
even
Nandi.
say. Don't even say it. Let's say it all together. This is Yegon from Nandi. Good morning, Yego.
Good morning.
Aya, wewe unaonaje mambo ya Nairobi?
Mi naona mambo ya Nairobi ikiwa sawa. Governor Sonko is delivering unexpected.
He's going beyond expectation.
Yeah, it's going beyond expectation.
Uh-huh.
Like what Jerry has said, I would like also to add on. You remember recently when the Senate and Parliament were battling about the allocation of resources.
Yes.
And despite the fact that Sonko being in quotes, we call it illiterate governor, but he was the first one to pay the salary more than the governors who are professors.
Who are supposedly literate.
Yeah. And this is the only man working. We experiment that we don't need the position of deputy governor. So he's overworking, unexpected.
Do you think there are people who are out to get him?
Yeah, a lot of people.
Who are these?
There are a lot of people. Sonko had mentioned earlier from the office of the president. And I think this also this a factor which it has made Governor Sonko for not to nominate a deputy governor because he's aware that
interference from the national government.
Yes, interference from the national government. And if by the day we had a deputy governor in place, you could see another fight in Nairobi County. So Sonko is avoiding to nominate the governor so that they can continue delivering to the people the promises which he promised the people of Nairobi.
So you're saying his sole purpose is he's focusing on service delivery.
On service delivery.
So he's avoiding to pick a deputy so that he avoids the sideshows with the national government.
Yeah, the sideshows are there. They have been laid off. Immediately, if he nominates a deputy governor, then you will hear someone's court battle so that when he will be removed in the office, the deputy governor assumes the office.
I see.
You have seen even the fake letters in the social media that Governor Sonko has nominated the acting governor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that shows there's a lot of people who doesn't want Governor Sonko, and that's it.
All right.
And if he chooses to run for the second time, I'm sure the people of Nairobi will re-elect him.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yego. So Yego sums it up in what he basically has said. He says, yes, there are people who are out to get him, and the man is focusing on service delivery. He agrees with you.
He's doing his job.
He's doing his job.
Eric, consider something that Njeri mentioned.
Yep.
Business people. You see, there is no other bigger business partner than a country government. Next to it is only a county government. And there is no county government as big as the Nairobi County.
Yep.
So these businessmen, many of them will have been doing business with the Nairobi County. Somebody new comes in, he may not necessarily want to do business with you. He may have other ideas, or he may want to do business differently. So just that business angle alone will create enemies for the governor. That one alone. Because he himself is a business. He'll come with a mind of his own and he'll decide, no, I don't think I want to work with so and so.
Interesting perspectives here by C.T. Muga, and the conversation continues this morning. 94.4 in Nairobi and 87.9 Mombasa, 102.5 Kisumu. Our conversations are also happening on social media. Spice FM KE on Twitter, Spice FM KE on Facebook. Log on to www.spicefm.co.ke. When you come back out of this break, let's head on to South Africa. 2 Kenyan families have been affected in the ongoing xenophobic attacks. This is Spice FM, 29 minutes to 8 o'clock.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya. Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best, freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles? Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where and how you can be a part of all that. The lifestyle guide that has been missing in your life. Pulsar. Live it up.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Traffic.
Thika Road near Garden City is moving extremely slowly, and the questions continue as per what is happening. I think it's normal traffic antics this morning. Langata Road, of course, the questions again. What is going on? Because it has slowed down just so soon as we had said it was moving along swiftly. But we still have an issue there. Namanga Road at EPZ Junction, Kitengela, traffic is flowing as, really good this morning. Moving us all through Mombasa Road, and the flow of traffic seems to be good. All right. Apart from that, Jogo Road is looking good, getting into the CBD roundabout, the City Stadium roundabout. Juja Road, not like it was yesterday, moving quickly, actually, as opposed to slowly. Let's see what else is happening in Nairobi around Westlands, Wayaki Way. We still have the issue with the construction, so we do have a clog up of traffic in that area, but it is moving as expected. Anything else, we'll let you know and see how we can keep ourselves moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Well, if you know this song, then you know this is Lucky Dube. And Lucky Dube sang this song that says, different colors, one people. He's South African. He died a couple of years ago. One of the most iconic musicians in South Africa sang this song, different colors, one people. But we've seen a wave of xenophobic attacks in South Africa, and we've got the latest one. And Ndu, what's the latest from there?
Well, we're looking at a situation now where the xenophobic attacks have actually increased in temperature. If we're looking at the thermometer of the waves, we're looking at higher numbers now, whereby it has come closer home. And, as is normal, when things come closer home, our ears perk up and we put in more attention. All right, so let's look at the situation as it is now. As of yesterday, or day before yesterday, when we had more people being attacked, and we actually had deaths recorded of people being burnt, etc., etc. Now this has risen in the terms where we have calls coming out of Nigeria for boycott of South African goods and services, boycott of South African companies in Nigeria. Yesterday, now it was now reported by CS Juma, Monica Juma, that two Kenyan families have been affected, as of those who own businesses in South Africa who had been affected by the looting and the violence that had happened in pockets around Johannesburg. We look at a situation that has become quite ugly. We look at a situation that continues to escalate, especially with the sentiments that are being brought out from different pockets. We heard different things being said. We heard calls for retaliation, and that retaliation has actually taken places in countries like, yes, as mentioned, Nigeria. This has happened in countries like Zambia and to a dizzying and to a worrying effect. And here we are looking at these attacks and saying that clearly retaliation is not the answer, because we are fueling it more when we go back and pour fire, or rather pour fuel on an already raging fire. Without understanding the reasons behind these attacks, we are then now treating only symptoms without getting to the root cause of the issue. So we have had quite a number of calls for boycott, and these are actually happening, where we've had violence meted against in terms of retaliation. But I'm saying that we need to be extremely careful when it comes to this. Again, we can feel the warmth of it, we can feel the closeness of it, because again, it is nearing home. Yesterday, we had calls from the African Union chairperson, who, in not so subtle terms, condemned the acts that we're seeing coming out of South Africa. We've had President Cyril, who said very clearly that he had condemned them as well. But again, I say it's coming home, and it's very, very close to home, and we cannot ignore the sentiment, but we have to be very careful. And retaliation is not the answer when it comes to what we're seeing today. When it comes to what we're seeing today, retaliation is not the answer, because we are exacerbating the situation without truly understanding the genesis of it.
So retaliation, we've actually seen retaliation happening in Nigeria. We saw Nigerians attacking some businesses owned by South Africans. We also saw Nigeria recall the ambassador to, is it High Commissioner?
Yes, the High Commissioner
to South Africa. And we spoke to the chairman of the Kenyan diaspora in South Africa, Mr. Godfrey Kamatu, and he gave us a bit of a background on exactly what it is that keeps happening. He's lived there for more than 15 years. He's been in South Africa for more than 15 years. He's the chairman of the Diaspora Association. He knows the two families that were affected yesterday. So let's just listen to what he had to tell us.
Good morning. My name is Godfrey Kamatu. I am the chairperson of KEDASA, Kenyan Diaspora in South Africa. I would like to speak about the recent events that have been happening in South Africa. And I would like to start with a little background on what has led to where we are right now. South Africa in the recent years has been experiencing a huge gap between the rich and the poor. And as a result, as you all know, that when resources are scarce, the poor suffer the most, and they start to fight against each other. But this has been made worse, or been worsened, by the political situation in the country. Due to corruption, we have seen that the leaders have not been accountable. We have seen our leaders make utterances in public that they are not able to deliver essential services because of the foreigners in the country. This kind of careless utterances have led to where we are right now. Our own city mayor has said he's not able to deliver services because of the foreigners in the country. Last year, we had the health minister say that the hospitals the public hospitals were not coping because of the foreigners in the country. This kind of rhetoric has led us to where we are. Now back to the current situation, and most importantly, the Kenyans. On 1st of September, on Sunday night, we had reports that Kenyans had been affected by the looting and the vandalizing that was happening in downtown Johannesburg on an area called Malvern. Early that morning, KEDASA leadership and I rushed there to see for ourselves what had happened. We found two gentlemen whose shops were next to each other, whose shops were vandalized and burnt to ashes, and they lost goods worth millions of shillings. So far, KEDASA and its membership across the country have been able to come together, rally behind them, and started organizing a fundraising because these two gentlemen lost their whole livelihood. At the same time, we have had the Kenya High Commission in Pretoria bring a lot of assistance in terms of engagement with the South African government. We are actually at a point where we are going to seek compensation for these people. But on this end, we are also seeing that things are beginning to change. It's about time the situation has calmed down, and this situation has really gone out of control.
So there is Mr. Kamatu actually ending on a positive. He's saying that the situation is starting the calm is starting to return to those affected areas. However, it's not a new thing, like he said. It's about the local people being made to feel that we are not able to provide services to you because we are catering for very many people. When the health minister says hospitals cannot cope because we have very many foreigners who are in this country seeking medical services, that's not a small thing to say by a government officer. So whether Cyril Ramaphosa comes and tells us he condemns it, he has not condemned the minister, then what?
I think we need to look inherently at what xenophobia is. And xenophobia is not about you, the person who's being attacked, or the group of people who are being attacked. Xenophobia has everything to do with the individuals or the groups of people who are meting out this particular violence. Because xenophobia means that they are inherently scared or threatened or feel threatened or harbor a particular dislike for people who are not of the same heritage as themselves. So it's a dislike by them. It's a fear by them. It's kind of like a wounded animal situation. This wounded animal, of course, feels threatened and then goes out to attack. So we have a situation whereby and it's not across South Africa. It is specific to the young, unemployed individuals who are meting out this violence. And we have to go back and ask ourselves the question, where is all of this coming from? The threat of non-employment, the threat of lack of wealth, the threat of lack of access to certain amenities that they might have has nothing to do with foreigners, has everything to do with what their governments are able to provide for them. We saw that with the end of apartheid in 1994, specifically when Nelson Mandela came into power and was then now, with the post-apartheid government, he was then the first president. We looked at a situation where now basically the floodgates opened and there was an influx of foreign investment. There was an influx of foreigners who came up and set up businesses because basically the borders of South Africa then became open for people to come in. And here these young men did feel threatened about what was going to happen concerning their livelihoods or what they felt would be freedom as they knew it now. But then they felt that this was going to be taken away from them. So when we say that the situation has calmed down, the situation also calmed down last year. The situation calmed down 5 years ago. The situation calmed down 2 years ago. It calmed down, but then reared its ugly head again. The situation will always calm down and it will disappear, it will dissipate. But then we'll have the risings come up.
City is giving you that academic look. Where the one that where he's put on his glasses, he's a researcher, he's now thinking, all right, and then he's a paragon of wisdom. So City, just spew it out.
I thought we wore glasses because we had a problem with our vision.
This particular one is
far-seeing.
No. I was thinking about countries the world over who have had what they would refer to as foreigners coming to their country. Whether they came as asylum seekers or whether the borders were open because they were professionals. But a lot of it has to do with policies that these countries have. And even when they have these policies, whether it's in the first world or whether it's in these emerging economies that we call the third world, there have always been pockets of people who have felt they do not necessarily want these foreigners. Right across our border with Tanzania here, Tanzanians, anecdotally we say Tanzanians aren't very fond of Kenyans. There was a time when there were so many Kenyans in Rwanda, it was felt that Rwandese felt that like there was an invasion. But their president actually took very stern action about this. And his statements were, learn. If there's something they're doing that you don't seem to understand, learn. Their being here is good for you. That situation dissipated. So if you have a situation where the thing keeps sort of like running amok, it's not something, it's not organic. It's not something that moves on its own. It's instigated and there's somebody who helps it along.
It is orchestrated, absolutely.
Look at this country that we live in. We have refugees. We have all manner and all sorts of people who come into this country all the time. they are accommodated. We ourselves have leaders who keep saying incendiary things. We do. They are caught, taken to court, the matter dies down. And that it never really goes on, shows the people themselves aren't really that interested. But when a certain group of people who are amenable to influence, like the young, are the ones who are perpetrating this, it's been instigated.
It comes from the top.
It's been instigated.
And, also to look at the degree and the manner of violence that we're looking at here. We're not just talking about people who are killed or people who are beaten up. We're looking at something that comes from a deep anger, this is beyond dislike. And you can see that the indicators, they're far-reaching. They're far-reaching, the effects of what we're talking about. However, as far-reaching as it is, we also need to look at the fact that it is very easy to get into a situation like that by the things that we say and the sentiment that we put out there. And I dare say that this is a sentiment that now is actually creating a bit of a global footprint. And we are easily teetering on the brink of getting ourselves into situations whereby we're actually propelling xenophobia. And it is not indigenous only to South Africa, especially with the words that we speak, especially with the sentiment that is felt among citizenry.
Jerry, what do you think?
I think it's a symptom of ANC failure. What's happened is politicians are exploiting this to mask failings for the provision of services. So there's a huge disparity, as the gentleman from South Africa said, there's a huge disparity in wealth, and that stems from the fact that there was no redistribution of land and resources at apartheid. Initially, the ANC Freedom Charter talked of, it was very left-wing, spoke of socialist policies, redistribution of land and wealth, but after apartheid ended, they agreed more to sort of stick with the Muzungus. So what happened is the wealth became entrenched with the elites. The black elites joined the Muzungus, and wealth was never redistributed. So there's definitely a huge wealth disparity. And then on top of that, there's unemployment. And most importantly, what's fueling or allowing this to be exacerbated by the utterances of the politicians is the fact that these people are very poorly educated, unfortunately, because they can be sold very basic narratives that because so-and-so has a shop, you don't have a job. They can be sold absurdities. Because that guy is a doctor from Zimbabwe, you don't have a job. So unemployment is being explained away by the fact that there's these foreigners, and it's very easy to whip up their emotions. And xenophobia is a complex emotion because naturally you are sort of, the threat from outsiders is very easy to rile up. It's been used in different countries, whether it's, Brexit, immigration was one of the emotive doctrines that the Brexiteers used. Of course, we've seen it sort of most notably, we saw it in Germany with the Jews, the outsiders. It's very easy to shift blame, and that's what's happened in South Africa. Sadly, for a lot of the blacks, the majority, the masses, they haven't seen the benefits of multiracial democracy. So what they're managing to do is now, put that frustration and anger onto people who went there as, I would say, economic aspirants, which is the foreigners. And of course, the politicians are using these guys as a scapegoat.
Now, whereas the South African case is actually where it stands out because there are these issues there's the historical injustice and then there's a politics behind it. Like we are saying, the politicians who are pushing it. There's also a growing trend sort of amplified nationalism.
Well, look around
the way you've talked about Brexit, you talk about
fascism almost.
Yeah, it's a fascism. You talk about Trump and his campaigns.
It seems to be the running evolution in the 21st century with a lot of these countries, simply because there's been shortcomings of globalization, and people want that sense of sovereignty. So it's very easy to rile up those emotions yet again. The idea of sovereignty, which was what Brexit as well was based on, that Europe keeps interfering, especially on the legal pillar. Our laws are decided by Europe. Yeah. In England, for instance, if you go to the High Court, then you go to the Court of Appeal, and you go to the House of Lords, which would be the equivalent of the Supreme Court here. Their rulings can actually be overturned by EU law. So you get the sense that you're not running your own country. So that sense of sovereignty is being used again because people were feeling they're losing the sovereignty. And it is a running evolution in the 21st century, of course,
and
also
the
in the
jobs
US.
going out and the people who are coming in. In fact, those who were campaigning for Brexit were talking about that. The people who have come in and taken over jobs.
It's obviously a false narrative that's been
Once
peddled.
again, the sentiments have to be whipped. Yes.
Yeah.
And your favorite person in France, Madame Le Pen.
That gentleman, the lady,
Madame Le Pen.
It is written L-E and then P-E-N, and then you pronounce it again.
Le
what?
Pen.
Right.
There you go.
That's the French and their language.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at a situation in South Africa whereby yes, it's very easy to whip up emotion. And the more educated in terms of the politicians now were able to place that sentiment upon these less or lower educated members. And they said, look, here we have a situation where these people who are here, they're coming to take your jobs. But then the question is, which jobs are we talking about? And we look at the nitty-gritty of it. In South Africa now, there is a social system where if you don't have a job, you're actually able to collect a certain stipend from the government month in, month out. There's a stipend they give to mothers, single mothers and their children that they're able to live off of. So if they were able to look at the situation critically, we're looking at a state of things whereby you're supported by your government anyway. You're not taking the steps to look for these jobs for yourself or to create these businesses. What happened before these foreign nationals came into the country and did something for themselves? If we can skip across the borders and look at what's happening in Canada, for example, President Trudeau opened the borders of Canada and said, we are welcoming the world. Come in, work here. Canadians most recently said, you know what, that's very nice, Mr. Trudeau, but we don't want all of these people within our borders, and it's becoming too much. Why? Because they felt that they would lose a sense of who they really were. And now once you begin to do that and the sentiment is planted and the thoughts begin to take root, this leads us, whether we like to look at it like that or not, it leads us to the situations that we're seeing in South Africa today. Make America great again is what Trump continued to push. And he said it was Americans who would make America great again. Not anybody. First. America first and everybody. Most recently, he actually said all immigrants who are affected with things like cancer, he wanted them also to leave the country. So basically looking at a situation whereby immigrants has stained the statehood of a country and saying these are the people that we want out. Do you know how easy then you are able to rile up support for your initiative? You're able to do that very easily.
When it comes from the top, like in the case of South Africa, we saw in the last wave of violence, of xenophobic attacks, a senior person in the government, Mr. Bongani Nkongo, who's a deputy police minister, said very, very unsavory words about foreigners in the country.
The question arises, and we must investigate also what is the law of South Africa says. How can a city in South Africa be 80% foreign nationals? That is dangerous. That in Hillbrow and the surrounding areas, South Africans have surrendered their own city to the foreign nationals. The nation should discuss that particular question. You won't find South Africans in other countries dominating a city.
Is that true, City?
You know, I don't even understand what on earth he's talking about. I sincerely do not, because it wasn't an invasion. He's making it sound as though these people came and ran, they actually took over.
Like a swarm of locusts.
Yes, and they were not wanted, but they forced themselves upon the people of South Africa.
80%.
That's the tone. Even if it was 20% or 10%, these people are there legally. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there in such large numbers. You know, so long as you had white people being the masters of the economy and being the richest, a black person wouldn't identify with a white person. That's them. They almost even accept that it is okay, they have it. But now you have a situation where things were promised, and Jerry was right, it's a failure of the ANC. They promised and promised and promised. And of all the provinces they have, the one province that really seems to function is Western Cape, which is not run by one of their own. It's the one province that ANC does not run. And it's the one which actually functions. The others, for all intents and purposes, are dysfunctional. But the number of Africans who exhibit wealth, or a lot of it, have grown. The comparison can be seen. So how do you explain that you are wealthy and your constituents are not? These foreigners.
It's the foreigners that have made that happen.
Yes.
It's the other people.
It's the foreigners.
What's the role of the African Union in all this? You see, the African Union Commission just does a statement, and that's the commission.
What can they do, really?
I want to go into the elephant in the room before we sort of start looking at organizations that should be doing things. First of all, the one thing we're missing out is black people. Okay, actually ties into the African Union. But we seem to be letting this happen. If this was white people being killed, other countries would be rallying up against this, asking you to change your Facebook status and so on. But it seems to be either we've been desensitized or it seems okay for this to be happening. But the elephant in the room here is that there's white people there and they hold the resources that were not redistributed as they were supposed to be. The whites wanted to protect their wealth, mining interests, etc. And this is why we find ourselves in this situation, because instead of the black elite refusing to do that and going along with a charter, the Freedom Charter that was set up, what they decided to do was join the white elite. And the white elite are okay with this. So they don't seem to mind when the masses, the black masses, are fighting the foreigners, because it's actually a diversion from what really the problem is, where most of the wealth is still entrenched and invested in the white people. So that is where the real problem lies. And this is a problem that I don't think the African Union can take on. I don't think the Western world would want to take on. They also have a lot of interests there, family and so on. But the elephant in the room, and we're not talking about it, is that the white people still have the money. The money was never redistributed. That's where all this sort of comes from.
And why should they distribute it?
And hence the disparity.
Why should they redistribute it?
I think, well, this is a contentious point, depending on where you stand. But these are people who came and took resources and left out the black people. And during apartheid, of course, the black people didn't have the same opportunities. So if you're going to achieve some sort of equality, you'd have to redistribute the wealth. Although there's debates on this, but the promise from the ANC initially was that the wealth will be redistributed. That was in the Freedom Charter with Mbeki, with Sisilu.
And
but they went from that left wing to the right wing, and the elites joined the white people.
And actually,
and left out they left out masses.
The emergence of the EFF party is actually based on this. It's the EFF party came to say ANC had promised to do this. They haven't done it. Let's focus.
All this is the failure. These are symptoms of the failure of ANC
and redistribution of wealth. And this is what we're discussing this morning. There's xenophobic attacks in South Africa. And Ndu Oko is saying, if we don't watch out, this could lead us to further matters across the world, and especially in Africa when you start retaliating and such. It could give birth to more xenophobic attacks around the continent. What are your thoughts on this? We'd love to hear what you think. 0719-012-600. You're in the Situation Room. It's 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, apparently there is a warning that tomorrow, because of graduation ceremonies coming out of the University of Nairobi, Uhuru Highway and Waiyaki Way will be more of a mess than they are now. So we already know what's going to happen tomorrow as far as traffic is concerned. Langata Road, unfortunately, from the Galleria Mall is a total mess. And things have gone south since we last spoke. The traffic along Waiyaki Way is crazy. Something needs to be done at James Gishuru. Unfortunately, we're looking at a situation where it's spilled over into what we call tributaries along that road because of the construction that's happening higher up on the road. It's something that we're going to have to deal with, I keep saying, morning after morning. All right. Apparently, the traffic police at Carnival are a major contributor to the traffic on Langata Road. The traffic tends to slow, or rather to flow, after this point. So once you see the traffic police and you pass them, you're on Easy Street. Arwings Kodek inbound is bumper to bumper at Kilimani Primary School towards Yaya Center. Mombasa Road, after Athi River Simba Cement, moving along swiftly and heading out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. We don't have much of an issue there. Don't forget to give us a call or send us a message if there's anything you see that we need to know.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Njeri Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Orders here were never designed by Africans. They were imposed on us by colonialists when they were dividing Africa amongst themselves. Toilan self-hate. How about Zimbabwe? You must see yourself. We are all black. We are all suffering. When it's an African, it's a criminal. Hey, they are the ones who are bringing drugs. Hey, they are the ones who are committing crime. It's not true. Go and read the statistics of South Africa. Barry, women are abused by their immediate or well-known people to them. It's not Nigerians who are known to women. It is you. The whole of Africa was there for us when we were in the difficult times. They gave us guns. They gave us their houses. Know your history. How can tseba history how? Otla tseba uritswa kai. Then from there, you'll protect one another. Who did this is another African. To a fellow African brother and sister. We are for Africa. Africa is not a continent. We are one thing. We are for Africans. African unity is what will make us to be proud. Stop the self-hate. Bring a party that loves black people and
That's
Africans.
Julius Malema, fiery leader, the president of the Economic Freedom Fighters Party. And, well, he's basically saying this, let's not go after Africans. They are not the root cause of our problem. Let's focus our attention on the elite. And that's what you were saying, Jerry, when we were going to the break.
Yeah, I mean, that's the elephant in the room. Nobody's talking about it as such. But Africans have been demonized. Foreign Africans, that is. Stereotypes that are reinforced, that they bring crime and economic hardship into South Africa. Of course, all these exaggerations are very dangerous and irresponsible. And with something like a 29% unemployment rate, which is what is going on in South Africa, you'll find it's very easy to shift blame. So again, I repeat, these are politicians who, they exploit the situation, or they exploit the stereotypings to mask the failings of them providing services and jobs as promised. So that's the current situation. But underneath all of this, what has led to this unemployment? Why are they poorly educated? And why is this disparity in wealth? And it's really the failure to redistribute land and resources as per the initial agreement from the Freedom Charter. So people are not enjoying, I keep saying, it's a new democracy, multiracial democracy, but most of the Africans are not enjoying this. And if they're uneducated, if they're unemployed, they're angry and frustrated, and it's very easy to rile up emotions and shift blame, which is what a lot of these politicians are doing. And we're not looking at the root cause, which is, as I keep saying, the elephant in the room. The most of the money is still entrenched within the white communities and a few black elites.
There are people who used to be called Red Indians.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Then people became proper and they would be referred to as Native Americans. They are the only people who are not immigrants to the U.S. The only ones. So, there are senior and junior immigrants who should become a new immigrant or a new entrant into the immigration game. The point is this. When Americans talk about freedom, we lap it up as though it's actually freedom. My contention has always been America is a police state. And I haven't changed that particular view. It is a police state, a very huge police state. Clever, but a police state nonetheless. But with all the negativity, if it didn't end up in people profiling you because of your community and targeting you, the idea of looking after the interest of your people is a good idea. What has the South African government done? And this is what Njeri is bringing up. But I'm raising the question. And I'm raising it because I don't think the so-called redistribution would help. The appropriation redistribution happened in Zimbabwe. How did it help? How did it help? In this country, we didn't actually have that, did we? Not really.
We didn't have redistribution. We did not.
No, we did not. You
Well,
actually kill initiative.
We were given
when,
money to buy back land,
Yes, we
which was
were.
very different. Yeah,
Yes,
so
we were. You kill initiative when you tell people that there are free things that they should expect. You kill initiative. And you expect, you build an entire breed of people who think it is their duty to expect and that they're entitled to receive.
Here we have a situation where the stipends that I mentioned about people that are able to get this particular stipend in South Africa. So we're looking at a situation whereby they think, we receive this from the government, so I can sit back and not do anything. And then I get to a situation where I expect more. Now, when I don't get this more that I expect, the same politicians are now getting in a position where they tell me, well, you can't get more because look, these foreigners are here and they're taking up the more that you would essentially get, or they're taking up the positions that we essentially give to you. They're taking up the space that we would essentially allow you to exist within. And that is what fuels what we are seeing today.
Why does a government put its people in that position? Because that's the doing of the party in power and the government.
It hinges on their failures to have been able to do what they should have done in the first place. Because they were not able to create a good environment for these people to get these jobs, or a good environment for these people to deliberately orchestrated for them to fight a system or to fight something that they themselves were not able to conquer.
Or to kick the can down the road.
Look, yes, remember, politicians in this very country of ours, Kenya, have been blamed for encouraging poverty with this handout policy that they have. You create an entire culture based on the MP being the person who dishes out handouts.
Yep.
It kills initiative. It kills that spirit of entrepreneurship.
Elect me and then sit back.
And you can't provide even if no one you can't. If the government has difficulties and the government has vast resources, you as an individual, how do you hope?
Well, this is true. And, these are the things that are being fronted in the background as the reasons why. However, what is being fronted is then what we see. The violence is what we see. And this anti-immigrant feeling is what now is being replicated across the globe. In countries where you think, okay, because they're in what we often refer to as the developed or the first world, it is still happening. That emotion or that sentiment is very much there. And it is against immigrants. I've mentioned America, the United States. I've mentioned Canada. Even in Nigeria, we look at the polarization between North and South. It is very difficult. And this is what I'm talking about. If we look deep, we must be very careful about what we are seeing.
Yeah,
we must take a view about this because it is very easy for us to plunge ourselves into situations that we will not then be able to handle.
For you to light up a fire, you pick the best dry wood possible. Right? So this wood is basically ready. It's only waiting for the spark.
It's waiting for a match. It's waiting for something to strike it, and then we go.
We move.
Look at what
that
happened.
Means that that means that the people themselves already are that dry wood.
These emotions are there.
They have that emotion in them.
The emotion is frustration.
Them versus us. There's also that always the greater outlook of them versus us. So whatever it is that you are able to pin as an excuse, it's them. But there's always that existence of them versus us, them versus us. That's how come it's very easy to, like in the case of Kenya, to rile up emotions on tribe.
Look at what happened in a matter of hours in Nairobi, where we had the case of MP Jaguar and also Moses Kuria. Look at what happened in a matter of hours. They were able to rile up emotion about Tanzania.
And if you have to be honest, actually, if you look at Kenyans and the way Kenyans think, yes, we are very welcoming, we are accommodating, but there's always that look of them versus us. We know we have people from Ethiopia, for example, who are in the country, and we identify them when you look at them. And if you talk to people, they'll tell you.
We call them Ethiopians.
They're Ethiopians, right? They're South Sudanese.
Nigerians.
The Nigerians. And where they live. Now we talk about the Nigerians and this area where the Nigerians are living, this area where the Ethiopians are living, this area where the Sudanese are living.
And by the way, for most Kenyans,
and the Somalis,
West Africans are all Nigerians.
This is true, exactly.
Aren't they?
That's a conversation for a whole other day.
So this is something that are we intrinsically then xenophobic?
No. Far from it. Look, if we're xenophobic, would we have these two huge refugee camps that we have in the country? Look, every once in a while, you have some police action, immigration action, weeding out people who they feel are not here illegally. But you're talking about a concerted effort to work against a particular community, which isn't whipped up by politicians. Where has it happened? Every time you have those sentiments, some politician.
What I'm asking, CT, are we dry wood?
No.
But just waiting for the politician to come with the flame.
We are not. There's something that Ndu said when she defined xenophobia. Fear. All you require is to generate sufficient fear based on the unknown, whatever it is, and you have it. In the last election, that led to the situation where the country was threatening to come to a standstill, what do you think was being fanned? Fanned.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
Yes.
that fear obviously was being fanned.
It was being fanned.
But also, and it's the fear. And like I talked about in Nigeria, for example, if you look at the polarization between North and South, the Northern traders coming down South, and this is within country, the Northern traders coming down South are not even allowed, and I say allowed, are not even allowed to run businesses. They're given the menial jobs in the market of selling chewing gum and razor blades and sweets and things like that.
And matchboxes.
Because again, let's be honest, they are afraid. Because if you look at the history of Nigeria, for example, the northern kingdoms were known for their trade. And this was across West
wealth.
Africa and their wealth to the north. So you can imagine the threat, the imminent threat of that now coming into the southern part of
They'll
Nigeria
take over.
that were known for their education and things like this, they would take over. So you can imagine if this fear were to be fanned by somebody who came in and said, no, you should not allow them come in here. You own your wealth, own your businesses, own your education. You can imagine if that was fanned, what would happen? And this is also the situation when you replicate it up north.
Yep.
Because you have southerners coming up north because they also have an acumen for business. Coming up north, and the northerners say, no, you must get out of here. And those are the reasons for the clashes that we see so replete across northern Nigeria.
You know, we're talking
happens.
about legacies yesterday, and as you're talking, something has occurred to me. There's a legacy that I would attribute to President Kibaki that isn't mentioned. He helped create a middle class, a black middle class. The buffer that normally provides that stability in any country is your own being in the so-called middle class. By the way, for most Africans, the middle class is rich.
Right.
Yeah, anybody who's in the middle class is actually
He's a rich person.
is considered wealthy. Yes, but it means the dream and the aspiration is real, and for us, it has been through education. You have an education, you get a job, you do this, and it's measured by the car you buy, the place you live in, the house you've bought, that sort of thing. And people have actually moved from being children of peasant farmers, being people who are just on the brink of poverty, and have risen to
these levels.
Yes, to accumulate and to acquire the things that people seem to symbolize wealth.
With wealth.
And there are enough of it. There are enough examples. That brings about stability. When there's an absence of that and there's that stark disparity, that's where now that's a tinder keg.
Our feedback channels are open. Spice FM KE on Twitter, Spice FM KE on Facebook. 0719-012-600 is our telephone number. We'd love to know what you think about what we're discussing this morning, the xenophobia and the xenophobic tendencies in South Africa and across the world. Good morning, Lydia.
Good morning, Spice FM. Thank you for your good program for us to discuss and not quarrel, bring peace. Now, xenophobia in South Africa, xenophobia in America by Donald Trump against the Chinese. It is, whenever somebody starts a business, it is not my interference to tell you who you should employ. You will always employ who you want. Now, in South Africa, businesses went there because they were asked for supplies. So they felt they better open an office there. Now, the Chinese in America, if Donald Trump is against them, he should ask his Americans, if they are cleverer, they should compete with the Chinese. And that is how it will create job creation. The South Africans should not be angry with Kenyans and Angolans and Rwandans. If they think they are cleverer, they should compete with them. I was in business for a very long time. Now I work. But when we were selling kiondos and things like that, and a tourist gave us business to send certain kiondos to Italy. I waited and waited at Karioko. They're not coming. So I went to Karioko, Muingi, Kitui. Now, does it mean I'm taking somebody's job there? I went to look for the basket. because Italy wants them urgently.
Yep.
And I went there. So I'm not taking a job. It is business that took me there.
True.
So that is why whoever wants to compete should compete. Nobody should interfere with honest hard workers.
Thank you.
The robbers should not be given a priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia, and have a good morning. Thank you for calling again. 0719-012-600. What are your thoughts on this? So Lydia is saying, well, look, it's a globalized world. It's the rules of demand and supply. There's an opportunity here. I go seek the opportunity. I'm able to fill a gap. I fill the gap. What's wrong with that? That's what the world should basically open itself up to.
I agree with you, but understand this, huh? Purely looking at these things from a human perspective, it's something that must be fought against. The examples are replete. If you're talking about Germany and what led to the slaughter in Poland of Jews, it never starts as a slaughter.
No, it
starts as what we're seeing here.
One word, one sentiment
It isn't
planted.
checked. And then you have leaders saying completely responsible things.
Yeah.
Okay. There may be other extraneous, they may be contributing factors to the situation, but these are things that can be checked. There's a point at which they can be checked, but left unchecked. In this very same country, similar sentiments were there against Kenyans of Asian origin. Why? It's because they stood out. Their sentiments against our brothers from Northeastern Province. Now, in the last election, sentiments were whipped out both sides. There are those who polarize people from Central Province. Then there are those who polarize people from the western part of the country. Now, they are all politicians. Now, if you know how to tap on to the fears people already have, then the dry wood you're talking about comes into existence.
It lights the fire.
Yes, it does.
Catches fire.
Yes, it does.
The president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, has actually come out to condemn this latest spate of violence. He also did the same when he was campaigning last year in the last wave of violence. And this one he's saying, no. We South Africans are a rainbow nation and we should welcome everybody who comes in.
I've directed the Minister of Police to have a meeting at hostels with the Indunas, because this violence is now mutating and taking different forms that represent themselves in a way that we do not want to see in South Africa, where communities seem to be attacking one another. So we want this to stop, and I want it to stop immediately. The people of our country want to live in harmony, and whatever grievance and concerns that people have, we need to handle it in a democratic way. We need to handle it by discussing concerns and problems that we may have. And we've done so very well in the past on a number of other very difficult issues. And this is precisely what we should continue doing. So there is just no justification whatsoever for any South African to go out of their way to attack people from other countries. We need to act in a way where we give respect to people from other countries and show them that they are welcome to be in our country. We need to deal with our own.
This is what Cyril Ramaphosa is saying. And I've got a caller on the line. Victor, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Where are you calling us from this morning?
From Nairobi.
Welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you for the good show and very much appreciated.
Asante. What
and
are your
morning
thoughts?
to Dr. Sitin, Jerry, and Du.
Good morning, Victor.
Victor Dero, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, sir. Well, I wanted to say I had to look it up to see what xenophobia means, and it's dislike for anything foreign. But in the situation of South Africa, they're only attacking black people. It's not anything foreign. Indians are not being touched at the moment. The whites, whether Americans or Britain, no one is touching them. So it's just a crime against black, but not really xenophobia. We're not getting the right terminology for it. Yeah, it's all about black, but not xenophobia at all.
Oh, that's a very interesting point. That this isn't just genuine xenophobia. It's actually a group within the foreign people, because, as you say, Indians aren't being attacked, white people aren't being attacked. So, very interesting point.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to
There's
tell
an
you.
element of
Thank you,
self-loathing
thank you.
there.
Victor, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you too.
I wanted to make a comment on that last clip we heard from Cyril, the president of South Africa. He's sounding a little too diplomatic considering the gravity of the situation. You know, we'll talk this out. We've sorted
like
it
it's
out
having a
before.
board meeting.
Absolutely. No, he actually, he needs to go beyond condemning this. This is not a matter of, our prayers are with those that are affected and so on. He actually needs to go, and the people who are responsible for those utterances that escalate these emotions need to be reprimanded and taken out of office. It could escalate into something very dangerous. Already we're seeing repercussions from Nigeria for the there's retaliation or revenge, emotive, I don't want to say understandably, but or justifiably, no. But, people will react. We are human beings. So you're seeing retaliation against South Africans around the world. You're seeing that in Nigeria. I know some Nigerians Tiwa Savage was supposed to play on DSTV. So you're seeing some element of economic sanction from an individual. But of course, this is where we come in and ask, what else can the African Union do? Or what can the African Union do? The paradox of the word African Union in this situation isn't missed. But what about the international community? Can they put any pressure on South Africa? Because that didn't work too well during apartheid. South Africa was quite self-sufficient and sanctions didn't seem to work.
They actually grew from it.
Absolutely. So they're very self-sufficient. But also there's that element of them being insular in terms of they're not too outward looking. And maybe that's why the idea of foreigners irks them quite easily. They were very self-sufficient. So are there any sort of sanctions? I was trying to see what sort of strings Kenya could pull, for instance, with regards to trade arrangements. And there's very few. We're not part of the SADC. There's very few sort of...
No, we are not. But right now, there is a continental meeting on the very same issues of trade that's supposed to be taking place in South Africa.
Yep.
And African leaders are pulling out.
The free trade, it's yet to come in force. Yeah,
They're pulling out.
They're saying they're not going to attend this meeting.
But South Africa has proved itself to be self-sufficient. There was a serious amounts of pressure, those sanctions. I remember when Kenyans couldn't travel to South Africa. I remember when South Africa didn't trade with anybody. But actually what led to South Africa, or what pressure in terms of soft pressure, what worked was sport. South Africa wasn't able to participate in any sports. So cricket, rugby, football. Well. And that's why, I don't know if you were aware, they got the World Cup and the Rugby World Cup as well. It was part of the negotiations, although that was supposed to be under wraps. But that did put some soft pressure on them. They did want to be part of the international community. But having said that, it's very hard to put any pressure, international pressure on South Africa.
On South Africa in this particular case.
No. You see, it was
other than
difficult.
tourism and education
and entertainment.
No,
apart from
it was difficult when they didn't give a hoot about being part of the international community.
Now they do care.
Now they do.
Now they do care.
Now they do.
The international community, looking at it from those blocks, the African Union, the European Union, they could actually, even just talking about it and talking up against it, it's enough pressure.
Well, maybe the
situation in South
president
Africa
needs to realize this, because he seems very calm.
He's calm and collected. The situation in South Africa is, what our man in South Africa told us is that it's dissipating. Well, let's watch and see what exactly happens. Like Nduoko has said this morning, it's actually... It could be dangerous.
It's an indicator of
a lot of
those
things.
Africans who are extremely wealthy. Let's start there. Okay? Now, this is a man who began his career in the unions. Now, I will leave it at that.
Well, it's 26 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. We've discussed this xenophobic attacks in South Africa. We need to switch gears a little bit and start talking about coming back to Kenya and seeing our devolution. How is it working? How is it not working? What can we do to give people more power? This is what Njeri Thorne will be looking at.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Right, so I'm looking at the standard, and KRA
Tired of
goes
living
off
your
7
same old life?
governors.
Need to spice
in
it
a
up and add
13
some
billion
flavor?
tax
Well,
round,
we
13
can help you
billion
go
tax
from
round.
living to
And on
living
there,
it
you've
up.
got Sonko,
East
you've got
Africa, are
Ferdinand
you ready to be a
Otito,
part of
you've
the
got
most
Amason
vibrant
Kingi,
entertainment scene with the
Okoth
best,
Obado,
freshest
Moranga,
music, travel
Governor
tips and
Mwangi
destinations,
Wairia,
fashion,
you've got
tech,
Sabrina
and health
Ruti,
trends,
and
as well
Governor
as your
Josphat
favorite
Nana
celebrities'
of,
lifestyles.
Turkana
Introducing your favorite entertainment
Now,
magazine,
what I
Pulsar,
want to
the
talk about
ultimate
today
all-in-one
is our
guide that will
ability
give
to
you more
actually
meaning to
affect
life.
what our
Catch up
governors
with
do,
your
the
celebrity
power we
writers
have,
and
whether we can
contributors
actually
to
remove.
stay up
So
to
it ties
date
in quite
with
well
what's
with what you were
happening
talking
around
about
you,
earlier,
where,
CP.
and how you
Are
can
we
be a
able
part
to
of
remove
all
county
that. The
governors?
lifestyle guide
So
that
say
you've
they're
been missing
found
in your life.
guilty under the
Pulsar.
charges, or
Live it
the
up.
charges are brought against them and they're convicted. Are we able to remove governors? And if so, is it democratic? Because my take is we should not be able to remove a democratically elected leader. And so why even bother charging them or following up? It's quite extreme, but what's
What do you
the,
mean we should not
what's
be
the
able
logic?
to remove?
Well, if somebody has been democratically elected, no matter what they do, that is the will of the people. Anything other than that is undemocratic.
But there
So
are
why are we
democratically
removing
removed.
people who've been elected, no matter what they do?
What if you remove them democratically?
Yes.
Ah, right. So sort of have another Brexit. The
Yes.
equivalent
Not-
of that.
not really. Well,
yes,
So
I
keep
mean,
keep doing
loosely-
democracy until you get what you want. So
Not
because
really.
the first,
If-
the,
if
the
you-
first
if you-
election didn't work.
If you look at the conditions that are set in for removal of a governor, for example, according to the Constitution, I'm going to read the Constitution and then I can tell you the Act of Parliament that deals with this. But it talks about when there's gross misconduct, when you've been found guilty of these kind of things.
Oh.
So yes, you are elected democratically, but you as a person have failed the threshold. You know, the initial threshold that actually allowed you to participate in this? If you get to a point where you fail that threshold again, what happens? That's where you can be removed as a governor, right? And if that's what you're asking, then, well, there's no issue. Should there be any issue, really?
Okay, so you're looking, of course, at Article 181.
Yes,
County
181.
government may be removed from office on the following grounds: gross violation of the Constitution, or any other law, gross violation of any other law, abuse of office or gross misconduct, or serious reason for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law. You're
Yes.
saying, okay.
So this is an individual. So this is not, yes, we elected you as an individual and we thought you are suitable to serve here. But then during your term, you break the law.
Okay, you break the law, and then we follow the law and,
We follow the law
and remove this
and
person.
remove you.
Now, what if democratically people still want that person? This is what I wanted to get to.
The
It
issue
starts
here
to
is-
become undemocratic to remove democratically elected people out of office.
It becomes undemocratic if you're not allowed to vie for the office again.
Mm-hmm.
But then, if there's been misconduct, then there are rules about it which say perhaps if you are found guilty of this, the penalty is you will not
You will
be
not
allowed.
be-
Again, that's part of the democratic process. So where does democracy win? When does it lose? When does it favor the governor? When is it right? When is it wrong?
This is the reason I want to talk about this, because it ties quite nicely with your conversation. Your conversation, or what you were talking about earlier with Sonko and populism, and the idea that somebody can be very well liked, that it beats the law, it goes above the law, which I find is perhaps the case with Sonko, because if you look at Chapter 6 on integrity, he has been charged, he has actually been in jail and so on. Why didn't he meet, how is it that he met the threshold? But he's so popular. So what do we look at, the will of the people or the law? Is the law made for the man or man made for the law here?
Let me ask a question. So it means if you've actually at one point been in jail, you are not allowed to have. You're not allowed to.
If
vie for
you have
public
been
office.
convicted of a crime, I forget, or I can refer to it, a crime exceeding, or where there's a custodial sentence exceeding 1 year. I'm not quoting it precisely, so I stand to be corrected. Yes, you should not run for public office. But if everybody still wants you to run, as was the case with Sonko, he's very popular, don't get me wrong, are you still allowed to run?
Then
Or should you be allowed to run?
everybody should participate first in changing the law.
So
right?
we should...
Because the law has been made first. Yes, the law has been made by man for man. So if I've made the law and said this is how I shall, this is what I intend to, how I intend to live. If I want to change that, then I change the law first. So that I say, well, then I really love City, but he's a murderer, he's a criminal, he's
a thug.
Yeah, he's a thug.
He's a
Not
drug dealer.
City Muga, the other City. He's a drug dealer, he's everything. But I really want him to be my leader. then I should change the law that I put in place. I think that's what should happen. But we'd like to know what you think when you come out of let's take a look at traffic and then come out of the traffic and continue this conversation. Njeri is actually introducing a very interesting proposition here. If people really love somebody, then should that person really still be allowed to stay in office, or should the people be allowed to elect that person as their leader, despite what the law says? This is a Situation Room. City Muga, Jerry Thorne, Ndu Oko, and I'm Eric Latif. 28 minutes to 9 o'clock. Don't go anywhere.
Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best, freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles? Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where and
Sorry,
how
but
you
I don't
can
have
be
any
a
good
part.
news. With all diversions along Wayaki Way, it really is a mess. And just looking at now, Thika Road has morphed into a parking lot, apparently, and nothing is moving. It's literally bumper to bumper. Langata Road as well is a parking lot, and nothing is moving as we get around going towards 9 o'clock this morning. Kiambu Road also is crazy now. Things are all right around 8 o'clock. I guess the answer is maybe wake up a little early. The truck that stalled on Mbagathi Way is still bringing a little bit of an issue, and so this is affecting all the way up to Langata Road and coming again out through the T-Mall roundabout. Outer Ring Road, joining Jago Road, is also very bad this morning. So suddenly things have become crazy. We're going to ask you to exercise a bit of patience so that you can find your way where you're going today.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
97.6 in Malindi, 90.9 in Nyeri, 96.7 in Eldoret, 96.0 in Nakuru, 102.5 in Kisumu, 87.9 in Mombasa, 94.4 in Nairobi. www.spicefm.co.ke, the first and only 24-hour audiovisual radio station. So when you log on to spicefm.co.ke, you'll be able to watch us. And you can also participate in our conversation on our social media handles, SpiceFMKE, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The conversation now has moved back to county governments. And, well, the will of the people, so to speak, right, Jerry?
Yes, we're looking at the fact that KRA is going after 7 governors with regards to 13 billion tax row. And my contention is, why should they bother? Because even if they find them, they can't go against the will of the people and have them removed. So there's really no need to go after them. They should put their resources elsewhere. Extreme as it may seem, I think that is actually the reality on the ground.
So the reality on the ground is, if first of all, if you get convicted, right, and they have been found in gross violation of the law, or maybe misconduct and such other issues, then you are liable to be removed.
Right.
And then the procedure for removal from office comes in.
Of course.
The County Government Act, this is not article, it's section 33 of the County Government Act. Removal of a governor, a member of the County Assembly who may, by notice to the Speaker, supported by at least a third of all the members,
So an impeachment.
move a motion for the removal of the governor under Article 181, the one you've just read for us, of the Constitution. Now, if that motion is supported by at least 2/3 of all members of the County Assembly, the Speaker of the Assembly shall inform the Speaker of the Senate of that resolution within 2 days, and the governor will continue to perform the functions of the office pending the outcome of the procedure required by the section. So the procedure is this.
How democratic is that?
It's moving up the ladder.
How democratic
more
is
and
that?
more representatives of the people are actually participating in this conversation.
800,000 people have voted for Sonko, for instance.
Yep.
And how many people are going to vote? How many MCAs are they that would need a majority?
We've got 77 77 wards in Nairobi, of course,
Right.
plus the nominations and all. We've got 100 plus.
Right. So,
a
you'd need
third.
about 35, let's say.
Let's say 35.
35.
Support-
So 35 people
Support the
are
motion.
going
Not-
to
not-
support the motion
just supporting the
of
motion.
vote of no confidence and impeachment.
And then
so
it has
30
to be, it has to be approved by 2/3.
by 2/3. Okay,
see where Jerry's going with
2/3,
this.
which is 70.
I
You
see
see
where
where this
you're
is going.
going.
In
Those-
terms of the democratic
Those-
element
those
of it. and how-
70 represent
Okay.
the voters of Nairobi.
But they represent me on what grounds? I also voted for Sonko. We could have two. They could represent me in terms of, yes, I agree with their policy on the fact that they're going to build a market.
Right.
But he doesn't represent my view on how I feel about Sonko. So
Okay.
unless you bring it back to the ground, you should not be able to remove a democratically
Do you need a
elected
referendum
leader.
to remove a governor?
No. So once it goes there, let's assume that the county assembly has passed it.
Mhm.
It goes to the Senate.
Let's stick with the
More
numbers because it makes
representatives.
it more salient. It makes it absolutely, people can,
So
can,
let's say
can imagine
80.
it.
Let's say 80 MCAs in Nairobi support the motion to remove
Okay,
the
of
governor.
those 80, are some of them part of the 35? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so in total 80.
80.
Whereas 800,000 people
Yes.
have voted for Sonko.
So let me continue with the process.
Now,
again.
you're saying
so
of
from
these
this point
80
on, from this point, once the 80 have approved it, it goes to the Senate,
Mhm.
and in Senate it meets how many senators? 47 plus the nominated plus the.
Okay.
All right. So if Senate now votes also and approves this, then the governor is removed.
What's
Now, let's
threshold?
Go
What's the
what's
numbers?
Let's go to the election. Right? And if we go to the election, then the same governor can be returned to the office. So the Speaker of the Senate shall convene a meeting of the Senate to hear charges against the governor. And the Senate, by resolution, may appoint a special committee. A special committee appointed under the subsection shall investigate the matter. The governor shall have the right to appear and be represented before the commission. If the committee reports back the particulars of the allegation and they say yes, then a majority of all the members of the Senate must vote to uphold any impeachment charge.
Okay, so then we say 40 people in Senate vote.
We are saying 47. So
Okay,
majority of 47
majority of
is,
47,
let's
you'd
say,
need
24.
22. Okay, 24.
Let's say 24, yes.
24, you're right. So we're plus the 80, you're at 104.
Yes.
104 people are going against the
104
will
representatives of the
8.
people.
No, but they're not representing every single opinion of mine. I voted on this for this particular senator because I liked his policy on transport.
Yes.
I voted for my particular MCA because I like the fact that she was going to help build a market.
Yes.
Not the fact that she doesn't like Sonko. So I can support you, but we don't agree on every single policy or we don't agree on every opinion. What I am saying is you've got 104 people there that are going against the will of 800,000 people. That is undemocratic. And for that very reason, it undermines democracy and we cannot,
The 104
we should not
people,
be able to remove
the 104
an elected
people are
official.
serving one purpose: checks and balances.
Mhm.
They are doing the job of checks and balances.
To what
So
end?
the check and
To
balance is
uphold
basically
democracy.
to uphold democracy.
Now,
to say,
how
hold on,
democratic
hold on,
is
to
it
say-
that
to say
104 people-
there has been an allegation of gross misconduct and gross violation of the Constitution and the law and all those other things that we have been set out in the Constitution, which the Constitution is by we the people. And then if they actually go through this and the Senate even gives the governor a hearing and the senators also agree by a majority, like the way we said, 25 people, you go back to the people and say, all right, so we, the representatives of the people, while performing our duty, our constitutional duty of checks and oversight of the county executive, have found this particular county executive member, the CEO of the county, has violated the constitution that you have put in place as the people.
I've understood the
Now,
process.
go
What I
back-
am saying,
go
it
back
is
to the-
undemocratic.
Go back to the people. And if the governor is allowed to vie again,
Will
according
he
to
be
us-
allowed to vie considering he's had a conviction?
if he hasn't been
That's
you see,
it's all it's
he
all
hasn't-
undemocratic, and for that reason, I don't see why we keep going for governors.
You know, not all these grounds amount to conviction by a court of law. It could be gross violation on other matters.
Abuse of office, I
abuse of
suppose.
office and such.
Yeah,
if you haven't been jailed for more than 1 year, then still you can go back. Now we look
Okay.
at integrity issues as well. The Constitution has also put in place. We the people have put in place constitutional threshold of integrity,
Yes.
leadership
No,
and integrity.
I understand the administrative, or I understand the law, I understand how to go about it. What I am saying, it is undemocratic and should not happen. We should not be able to remove an elected official dismissal from office. So I don't know why we keep investigating them, why we're pushing for Sonko, as CT put it under his narrative, why we're pushing for him. Is it to get out, or are we trying to kill him? What did the headline say?
So are we
Not
saying,
we, but,
So are we saying we look at a situation then, because these individuals were democratically elected, and it was because the people who chose them, if we're saying then that we should not continue going after them, we should not continue investigating them in this manner, it becomes a free-for-all.
Absolutely.
And basically you're able to do whatever it is that you want while you're sitting in this position, plunder public resources, do whatever it is that you want to do, abuse office, but we cannot remove you, we cannot ask questions.
No,
Isn't that the case anyway?
No.
So
what
we're
you're
saying
saying
With
is
the law or not the law. But I think what it will
will
lead to is a very discerning electorate. What will start to happen is people will be very careful about who they choose. Because right now there seems to be some safety net that if he's terrible, we've got these measures and this framework through which we can remove him constitutionally, and then there's legal procedures to
you
follow.
put it right. You've
As
said
a result,
safety net.
as a result,
A democratic
maybe we're
safety
not
net.
as discerning as we should be when it comes to the leaders we elect. So it could have, of course, I'm pushing this a little bit, but it could have
Not a little
some,
bit.
It could have some benefits.
a little much.
A little bit too much. Look, if the checks and balances have been set in the Constitution by the people. Basically, what we're saying as a people, that we shall have an executive, and then we shall have a body that oversights the executive. And we call that the Assembly and the Senate, right? The legislative arm is to oversight the executive. So the job of the executive is to deliver to the people. That's why you got the mandate. And then we have also put in somebody else and told that person, go in there. This is what this person has told us to do. We have elected Njeri.
Okay.
CT, please make sure that Njeri, be the prefect. Make sure that Njeri is doing what she's supposed to do on our behalf.
Eric, the problem with that prefectship that you speak of, what we've seen being done by the MCAs is blackmailing governors. That's what it's
So the
been used
governor
for.
is constantly having to
Yes,
pay them for them not to
the
pass
threat of
motions and-
impeachment is not for the development of the individuals who elected these MCAs. It is for their own selfish purposes.
But I like this idea of having elected Njeri, because I want to give you another scenario. What if Njeri has a deputy and I come along with that and the electorate wants to get rid of the deputy, but I'm tied to the deputy? What would we do in such a case?
Impeachment of the deputy governor.
You can impeach a deputy even
Yes.
if you came
Yeah.
hand
Yes.
in hand?
Yes.
Okay, of a governor, and what of a president?
Same.
You can impeach a
Same.
deputy president.
The presidency,
No.
unfortunately, is a little more complicated. The two are actually tied at the hip.
Absolutely.
You can impeach.
You
So
can
if you
actually,
can you impeach
It
the
would be
president?
undermining the will of the people.
But can you impeach
I
the
mean,
president?
let's talk honestly.
Yes, you
With
can.
these
You can
impeachments,
impeach. You can
it-
impeach the president.
Eric,
You can impeach the deputy.
You can try
Not
to
individually.
impeach. There's been one attempt that I know of that really went to some length. A gentleman by the name of Wambora, who is governor of
He's the
Embu,
governor of Embu.
didn't go very far. That envelope was pushed.
Because the reason why it did not go far is because we've got multiple layers of the checks and balances, and that is what we've put in as a safety net. What Jerry called a safety net applies here very well. So we've got a county assembly to make sure that the county assembly is not doing what you were saying, is not arm twisting, is not blackmailing, is not trying to score favors or to pass a score against the governor. Make sure that this thing goes a little bit higher. Let it go to the Senate.
No.
And the senators will sit, and the senators also have a threshold.
So what?
Go through the process. Let's hear this person.
No, Eric, let me ask you something. Many senators, let me not say most, I'm sure would very much love to be governors.
Of course.
Now, do you really see this group of people who are seasoned politicians actually going through the motion of ensuring a governor is impeached when they very well know they themselves will want that position at some point? Set that precedent. Some that can harm their future when they themselves are politicians. I don't see it happening. Wool over our eyes. These are things that are set there, but the practice of it ensures that the public feels there's a safety net for this, there's a this for that.
And that
but
you can go to this through
yes,
this
when this
process
happens,
when this happens.
essentially,
as we
suggestion-
continue, Jerry, before you give your suggestion, let me give the
I
phone
always
number.
have solutions, yes.
0719 012 600. 0719 012 600 is our telephone number. I'm opening out the phone lines. The conversation is also on Twitter, Spice FM KE, and also on Facebook, Spice FM KE. So Njeri has actually introduced something because there's something that she'd like to push through to the people. So what's your solution? to the problem. There's no problem.
I'm thinking
really,
we should have for counties, we should have elections every 2 years. That gets rid of the problem.
Elections for governor?
For governor, for everything in the
2
county.
years.
Every 2 years.
And the rationale behind this is?
The rationale is that if you want to get rid of somebody, you can, and it's done democratically, under democratic ideals. But also, it makes people work a lot harder if they
2
know
years.
they've only got 2 years. Absolutely. I don't think county governments are mandated with the mega infrastructure development programs that government needs, whereby we would need longer election cycles.
They do.
I think they're much smaller. It's small roads building. It's anything major falls under national government. Any mega infrastructure programs or buildings, rather, developments, and that's what usually takes the longer election cycle. I think if we had county elections every 2 years, we would make sure that we're not lauded with a governor that we can't remove.
So
That is
look at
criminal and
let's
so
look
on.
at what has been devolved. Healthcare, building of hospital, major or minor.
I don't think it takes more than 2 years to build a hospital.
No. To think, to conceptualize and go ahead and build up to completion. Major or minor?
Minor.
Agriculture.
I think only mega infrastructure. I don't consider hospital infrastructure.
And mega infrastructure, like we
I'm
were
talking
discussing
about
yesterday. There was some
SGR bridges,
exactly,
major roads,
and even for those,
so
an
on.
executive
Those
does not
don't
have
fall-
to live through its term, even at the top level.
Absolutely, there's continuity to a certain extent. Although one of my reasons for wanting to extend the presidential or the term for presidential elections to 7 years is I don't want that interruption. Even though there's continuity of projects, there's still an element of interruption. But that I feel on a national level works. At a county level, it's time we introduced shorter election cycles.
So there's no interruption at the county level?
No, because the projects themselves are not, as I say, mega infrastructure projects that would be interrupted.
I'm opposed to...
They are initiatives, they are policies that will be given time. Within 6 months, you are able to tell whether policy works or not.
Within 6 months, most counties
Are
haven't
just
even
settling
set up,
in.
What settling in?
Now
they
that-
haven't even set up a board that's supposed to oversee those functions.
Well, maybe
They're
this
still
will actually
squabbling
create
about who in the previous
absolutely
government
because
should
they
leave and
believe
who
They haven't
should
even
come in.
done a
because
budget.
they
By the time
believe they
they're
have
settled
5
down,
years.
they're being bundled out
And
to
then-
go again.
Are you talking about 2 budget cycles or just 2 years?
Because
2 calendar years?
2 calendar years
So
because
that's
they
one
believe they have
budget
5
cycle.
One budget
years.
cycle,
So
yes.
there's no
How will it work?
there's no element. Sorry, yes, that's a contradiction in terms on my part. But when you say they take years to even set up a board and so on, because there's no element of urgency. So this 2 years could work to actually push county governments to work faster as well.
You know, Jerry, the national government is an entity that is already set. You're not looking for a ministry, it exists. You're not looking for civil servants, they exist. You're not looking for a government project, they have them because they take long. The county government isn't different. You set something in motion, by the time, as you say correctly, they get money from the national government. When they ask for it, it doesn't come the next day.
And by the time that these projects are being implemented, you usually have, reached the 5 years.
Yes.
And another government come essentially in terms of the humans who come in. They are the ones who come in and now carry on with these projects. So the life cycle of a project exceeds even the 5 years where we are now. For example, if we look at something as simple as roads, if we look at the roads within Nairobi, for example, some of them have been worked on, rehabilitated, and the process continues. It's not something that is static. It's not something that is done and then that's it. It continues. If we look even outside the county at different projects that start, they continue over time. So if we're looking at a shortened period of 2 years, it's hardly enough for things to come on their head.
A hospital
Well, it's
project.
the same. They have midterms in the US, don't they? I mean, this is not that far.
And this country is called what?
But we've
Also,
borrowed our
but also,
democracy from them.
midterms don't mean that people have served for 2 years. It means that you started in the middle of the other term and your term is ending in the middle of this one. It's just you still serve the 4 years.
Does it?
Yes.
Midterm is every 2 years.
Yes, but it's
Whereas
every 2
an
years.
election cycle is 4 years. So you have an election and then you have your midterms and then another election.
What are the midterms for?
They're for federal. It's not for the presidency, of
There you
course.
go.
They're for federal, which is what I'm suggesting. For county
There you
government,
go.
we can have elections every 2
So
years.
congressmen are elected every 2 years. Senators, part of Congress, of course, every 2 years again. That system is fake.
What I'm saying is we also get the opportunity to try out many different leaders.
Jerry, I mean,
Can-
for
can-
heaven's sake,
How many
look at
cooks-
the
how many
chaos.
cooks
that
do
we
we
and,
want
and
in
for
the
me,
broth?
what
And the
no, I
expense.
think, but most
It's too
importantly,
expensive.
is we are able to remove rogue or leaders, governors, let's say,
Directly
who
by
have
the
been
people.
who have been voted
And who decides
voted
they're
in.
rogue?
Who have been voted in,
The people who
but
voted for
are
them.
there up there, abusing office, or there's gross misconduct, there's serious reasons for believing that they've committed crime and so on,
Do
gross
you really
violation
think
of the
that in this
Constitution.
country,
Because it is impossible otherwise to do it. Not only impossible legally in terms of pragmatically, if you try and do it, but also it starts to undermine democracy. It's
Is it-
undemocratic. We
is
went
it-
through the numbers. If it was
Jerry.
Sonko, for instance, it would be 104 people, supposed representatives of the people, going against the will of 800,000 people. It becomes undemocratic. So to make sure we don't have this conflict in the law, what you do is we say we're going to be having elections every 2 years. That way, if you don't like somebody, you remove them. They can always come
but
back.
is it unconstitutional?
No, you
What?
think that there's conflict in the law.
Well, there's always room
don't
for
know-
amendments in the
we don't all
Constitution. It
agree
is
that there's conflict in the
unconstitutional.
law. Would like to hear
It's-
what do you think. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. We are streaming live on www.spicefm.co.ke. We are also streaming live on Facebook, Spice FM KE. The conversation is also on Twitter, Spice FM KE. Our frequency is 94.4 in Nairobi, 87.9 in Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu, 96.0 in Nakuru, 96.7 in Eldoret, 90.9 in Nyeri, 97.6 in Malindi. What do you think? So Njeri is saying that governors should serve only 2 years and go for new election cycle. And she's coming from the point that if you have a governor serving 5 years and there are issues of gross misconduct and such, those issues should be determined directly by the voters, not by voter representatives, as is presently the case, the county assemblies and the Senate that can institute impeachment motions and impeachment proceedings against a sitting governor based on some various rules that have been set in the Constitution. What do you think that is right, that we should have shorter governor cycles just so that we can directly elect and eject a sitting governor?
This electorate that we are looking at, the electorate, the people, okay, the general population, when we are electing senators or MCAs, putting them in office, are we aware of the fact that they then go on and take on the role of, what did Eric call it, of representatives of the electorate? We are basically, now that we have voted, we are now handing over the responsibility of my representative as the electorate in cases of gross misconduct, for example, where now we want to look at impeaching, for example, a governor, or going as far as to impeach a president. Do we know that this is the responsibility that we're handing over to them? When you vote, are you aware that that is part of the responsibility that they're going to go and fulfill in office?
We should understand what the role of a legislature is. Oversight and creation of laws.
My brother.
Right?
Because
we
by
should
the time
understand.
we're doing that, by the time we're doing
knows
that,
when you're a legislator, you bring us development in
that
short.
is it.
And Olete.
So now
Yes,
at this
bring
point,
it.
I've got
so
Diego
now-
back on the line. Diego, good morning.
Good morning.
So you've heard the preposterous idea that Njeri has put forth.
I think
Yes,
you like
I've
it.
What do you think?
I think the problem is about we, the people.
Yep.
Because we don't elect a person based on his or development track record. We do not consider any manifesto. In other words, we are not electing people who are implementing what they are proposed.
Yep.
Mostly we vote according, for example, now in counties, like, let me use example Nairobi. We vote using tribal lines. We are not seeing a leader.
Yeah.
So purposely, I think the Constitution has got no problem because it stipulates clearly the objective of devolution.
Yep.
And if a person, a very good person who have been elected, for example, who want to transform the lives of people, normally delivers.
Yep.
Because I was viewing the devolution in northern Kenya.
Yeah.
Before devolution, that those counties were marginalized. There were no resources. But today, if you go to Mandera or Wajir, you see people receiving services, basic services.
Yep.
For example, health. So I think we should be. I think it's good to educate the voters and the Kenyan satellite.
It's the people that need to understand exactly what the role of an
What
election
they want.
is.
Exactly.
Pick a leader who will deliver for you.
Or even
For you.
Yeah, I would even go further and say it's important to understand the role of this individual that you're putting into office with your vote. To understand that the roles that have been demarcated for this particular individual, do you really know what it is that they're going to go and do for you? Because here we are saying that in case of gross misconduct by a governor, for example, the electorate representative is the one who is going to go and stand for you later in case you want to remove this individual from office, or if you decide that we don't want this individual to go, that person is going to hold your views. Do we understand that that is the kind of power that we're giving to said individual? Do we know? It is important for us to know that.
So it's the people. We don't need to keep tinkering with the law.
No,
What you need to do is tinker with our mindset. Jerry has something to tell you.
What I'm suggesting is with the midterms for county office, of course, as a result of electioneering and so on, people will be more educated and they'll make better choices as they go along if it's every 2 years. But very importantly, it gives us an opportunity to get fresh new ideas, and more importantly, somebody is more serious about their position as, let's say, governor, because re-election is in 2 years. I can be taken out. Let me do the best I can so I stay on. And if there are good projects, when you talk about continuity, if it's a good project, would have seen it, he'll be re-elected and stay on in the continuity. But I really think we should think about this idea of 2-year election cycles for county government, because an example, I started off with showing you how difficult and how democratic it is to remove somebody from government. So the 2 years give us that reprieve, or give us that leeway to do so. That's where my argument was going.
But the 2-year midterm election will not help if the common man, the voter, doesn't understand why.
But the more elections we have, the more they will start to understand. The more different leaders we have, the more they will start to understand what good leadership looks like. Just to counter your argument, I'm not saying that's why we should have midterms so that they can understand. But you're saying because they don't understand. The more elections we have, the more leaders we have, the more of an understanding as to what they need and what they want the electorate will have. What are you against? Why not have midterm elections? Why wouldn't you want to give people even more choice, which is what democracy is about? More choice, more often.
I can see that the midterm election, it may not give people more choices, but at least maybe now we will have something like a phobia. The recently elected governor or elected person will wish to deliver so that he or she can be re-elected.
Absolutely. So
that
if it's every 2 years, people will deliver. And also, most importantly, we're able to remove people out of office in a democratic manner. Because right now it is impossible. If what the law prescribes, it leads to an absurdity. Because I can go out there and argue this is actually undemocratic, that 104 people can actually go against the will of 800,000 people to remove Sonko. Something in the constitution can be undemocratic and actually be amended later. It's possible. If it leads to an absurdity. It wasn't a foreseeable circumstance. So now we've presented it, we can amend the constitution in the referendum that we will have.
Diego, thank you for your
Thank you.
No, you wanted to say something. Just finish your point.
Yes, I wanted to say something in terms of the removal of the governor.
Yep.
You know, our constitution is the article which has given all these loopholes. Because, for example, the removal of a governor, after those clauses, there's a clause that the parliament will choose or will give out the direction of the removal.
Yep.
So the same parliamentarians who we are electing are MPs. They have their stomach.
Diego, thank you very much for your contribution this morning. 0719-012-600. What do you think about what Jerry is proposing this morning? We have 2-year elections for governors, 2-year terms for governors, so that we can keep going back into an election every 2 years, so that we can force governors to work faster, so that we can force ourselves to choose an election. Well, it's 9 o'clock. This is the Situation Room.
Spice up your life.
We still have the same situation on Thika Road and also from Langata Road feeding onto Mbagathi. Traffic coming in from the CBD past Nyayo Stadium and entering onto Mbagathi, also the same issue. From what we understand, that trailer or tanker is being removed, and so we can see a freer flow of traffic soon. We still have the same situations on Langata Road as well as Thika Road, like I said, and also in Westlands. Apart from that, Jogo Road and the other usual suspects of Mombasa Road are moving along better at this hour. Send us a message. The number is 0719 012 600.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
3
day.
minutes after 9 o'clock. I've got Roderick on the line. Good morning, Roderick.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Now, I want to throw a span in the works. Unajua sasa hii maneno is saying that we have midterms all the time. Midterms are not good because the country will be on an electioneering mood all the time. The US is not like Kenya. You'll put this country on an electioneering mood every year.
What's wrong with being on an electioneering mode at a county level? I can understand at a national level it might be disruptive. What's wrong with...
It's all 47 counties, so it's national. It's
yeah.
national.
What if we're to interpret...
when we have crazy governors, which counties I don't want to mention, who think they're small gods huko nyumbani, huko mashinani, but they can get away with several evils like murder and something. What makes you think that this country will have security issues all over, and where we have also clanism and very other many other things. We'll have 47 situations at every given time.
Okay, that's one way to look at it. But what makes you think that the electioneering won't eventually evolve into performance? So as opposed to running around having harambes and rallies, it's actually a matter of performance. So this governor knows, I want to stay on after 2 years. I'm going to really perform. What if it evolves into that? Why are you thinking negatively?
The idea is good, but it's not for an African setting.
Oh dear.
Let me tell you one thing. Because let me tell you one thing. The moment your name is, we judge people by our second names.
But at county level, remember at county level, the tribal element doesn't exist as much.
It goes beyond that.
No, it doesn't. The clan comes in. But can you tell somebody's clan from their name?
Yes.
Akamau can belong to any clan.
Yes.
Yes. At the county level, things are crazy. And I'm telling you, the things are crazy. Let's just go like in the north, where we have where the president was forced to put somebody else in the CS who had lost an election and the other one to a governor position.
Well, you could
I don't want to name counties.
You could argue that the 2 years then gives every clan a chance. You know, you could argue on the flip side that because of the 2 years, you have so many more opportunities for leadership, and it feels more equal. And the injustice of this clan, if we're going to do it clan-wise, it could be argued that it's almost a rotational system, unspoken.
You know, Roderick.
Look here, yes.
I heard you saying that you think it's a good idea, and I'd like to tell you I don't think it's a good idea. Look, this is the executive we're talking about. If we're talking about assembly, the legislature, then maybe.
What?
Executive is different. Executive has an executive role, and even if you look at the example that Jerry is heading us towards, it's in America the executive has 4 years, and then the senators also have 4 years. It's
they have midterms. They have 2 year election
all
cycles.
senators stay for the 4-year term, right? And then we have now the representatives who have their 2-year terms. You see, at legislative level, it's okay to say, we can change our legislators at this point, but executive, surely What is the shortest time that you can have to even implement one financial budget?
When I said it was a good idea, I said it was only a good idea in the European settings where we're not judged by our second names, clanism and other factors, underlying factors, other historical factors. On an African setting, we should make the laws or the constitution should be changed in a way that it is easier to remove a governor without no loopholes to throw out a governor when he is not performing. It should be now in the mandate to the hands of the people to do that. But now, with Kisemati, every 2 years, these guys will not work.
But this is what makes it
They will go
easier,
there to
having an
steal for 2
election.
years. They will go there to steal, and the elections in Kenya are very expensive.
Okay, expense is
there.
one hindrance to this notion. But what I'm asking, you're saying you want it easier to remove a governor. Is this not one route to make it easier to remove a governor by the people? Because any other way is undemocratic.
This one, it will be harder. As I explained to you, it will be harder because of the issues that we have, the historical injustices that we have had, some of the underlying issues. You know, in Kenyan setting, we've just been pushing everything under the carpet. Everything under the carpet. Something, a massacre happens somewhere, like in a country somewhere in there, because of favorism of another clan, it just pushed under the market. 30 years later, 40 years later, it's still a thorny issue. You see?
Yeah.
At the moment we badilisha all this system and all these things that have been underlying factors that we swept under the market, maybe we can have a fresh start. And do you see that ever happening? I don't think so.
Thank you very much, Roderick. Keep listening to Spice FM. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. We're picking up calls this morning. Good morning. This
Hello.
is Spice FM.
This is Lydia.
Lydia, hi.
Spice FM.
Yes.
Yes. I thought maybe bringing it to 2 years is only if they did something wrong. Maybe we could do that. But if it is permanently every 2 years, then it will be very disturbing for the working people. But bring it 2 years if they did something seriously wrong.
Okay.
So
only
what-
then, maybe. I'm just suggesting.
So what you feel is instead of an impeachment, we should go into an election.
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you, Lydia. Good morning, this is Spice FM.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Anne. I'm calling from Nairobi.
Yes, Anne.
My opinion is governors are not above the law. Should they be impeached by the executive? Not necessarily, because we cannot trust our MPs and all these politicians. But if they break the law, like every other Kenyan, they should be arrested, charged, and the same way we are not allowed, and taken to court. If we are not allowed to hold offices everywhere else in the private sector, if you have been charged, why should the governor be allowed to stay in office? Secondly, should that money go to elections or should it go to development?
Right.
We would rather develop our counties and not get into elections every 2 years because we think our governors are not fit.
Right.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
How are you going to develop with an unfit governor, though? Do you just keep
Then
aiming?
he should be charged and taken to court.
Okay,
and
but
replaced.
then you know the dynamics behind that. If it does happen, which is very unlikely, it's when it comes to the practicality and understanding how our politics works. But if it did happen and the people still want him, what I was putting forward, my contention was it's undemocratic.
But it's not unconstitutional.
Now, look,
It is
Jerry,
not
why are
unconstitutional.
the,
It's not
why do the
unconstitutional,
people
but
want
it
somebody
undermines
who-
democratic. We have people who are voting in.
But when they voted these individuals in,
He was not- he
they
did not-
voted with the. I am. This is
was
what
clean.
I'm saying. He voted in an individual who was clean, as far as they're concerned. At that
Exactly.
point, he was not compromised. They put him in at that point. Somewhere along the line, something may have happened or would have come into play that compromised this individual and the way in which they were doing, the way in which they were
But
doing the
what
business.
makes
The
you
same
think that-
decision should allow them to also have him removed or her removed.
What I'm saying, it's becoming clear that it is impossible to remove a leader.
No, let us work on our
becoming
duty.
clear.
It's impossible.
It is not. It is
It's
not.
practically it is impossible. Theoretically, it goes against the
It is
ideals
not-
of democracy.
it is not
so I am
impossible.
proposing that why not have these elections every 2 years and it
are
helps
you saying
everybody?
it is okay
It
for
is
democracy to
expensive.
interfere with our constitution?
It is
Well, our
expensive, as Anne is
constitution is a
saying.
pillar. It's supposed to uphold democracy.
Listen to Anne. Anne is
Sorry,
saying it's
Anne.
expensive.
It's expensive, yes, but it can be more expensive to have bad leaders for 4 years.
But they shouldn't be there for 4 years if they're corrupt.
Right.
So how do we
law
remove
should-
them? It becomes
let us deal with the judiciary. Let the judiciary do its work as
Yep.
they should.
But it's not happening. Can we start taking
It
practical
should
steps
happen.
towards
let's-
it's
let's-
not happening?
But that's what we're saying. Let's deal with what is not happening.
Okay, how
the
can we make
judiciary.
it happen? It's not happening. What I'm suggesting, let's try a different way. This is not working. It's not happening. I don't see any. I don't see any.
Thank you, and
any governor
two wrongs
getting
don't make a
out.
right. And you're still on the line, and I also let me bring in Anthony. Anthony, also calling in from Anthony. Where are you calling from again?
From Kisumu.
Yes, Anthony from Kisumu. Anthony, what do you think about this? And
I
you are
would
still on
go-
the line if you'd like to contribute to what Anthony says.
I'll go with the school of thought that we should do them every 2 years. These are the reasons. One, it's even more expensive to have a bad leader in office for 4 years than to have them for 2 years. The election cycle can at least make somebody be more effective and efficient. One, because they know that if I don't do it in the first year, I stand no chance of doing it by the next year. Unlike now, where they just eat the resources, mismanage, do all those sort of economic evils, and say, after all, bado kuna miaka nne mbele.
But the converse
So
could be
if
true
we
when you
can-
know that you have 2 years, then you can be able, you say, okay, well, let's get on this train really quickly and let me see what it is that I'll be able to do within those 2 years,
And,
because you know you have a shorter period with which to get it done.
But at
The
least
converse could be true.
we'll be able to nip that in the bud after 2 years. Now imagine a bad leader
And-
is there for 5 years.
And you were saying
The only
something.
the only thing
President
that will
Kibaki-
change,
Anthony,
the
just
only-
listen to Anne.
the only thing that will
President
change
Kibaki in 2003 wrote the Public Service Performance Appraisal. And in a way or another, it envisaged that public officers will set their targets annually. Unlike the previous ways where they could wait for example, TSC, they wait for 3 years. When it's due for promotion, that's when they start working hard. Now, give somebody short-term targets with the specified. You tell them, in these 2 years, I need you to deliver on 1, 2, 3. They'll go straight to work instead of taking the first 1 year doing unnecessary trips, doing some training wherever at KSD and all that.
Benchmarking.
You are elected and you're supposed to work, and you're given your mandate is 2 years, do your work, go home.
And
If
what do you
it's a
think?
2 year term,
I think the only thing that the 2 year term will bring in is governors stealing faster and more within the 2 years. It doesn't guarantee us that the next guy will not steal. All it does, it says, is come in for 2 years, steal, take a walk, cheers, bye. However, if we hold them accountable, if we hold the governors accountable, it means that even the next guy who's coming in will know, if I steal, if I am corrupt, if I do not deliver, 1, 2, 3 will happen. Let us not compromise on our development agenda because we want to accommodate thievery, corruption, and basically bad manners from our governors and our leaders.
I'll go with a typical government project, a simple one, road construction, or a health facility. Can it take more than a year to build? But you find the government agencies doing it like for 3 years, knowing that they're there.
Anthony, listen. So if you're elected in August, okay?
Yes.
You're elected in August, that's in the middle of a financial year.
Yeah.
So you come in as a new governor, you have not appropriated money to that project of yours that you wanted to come up with and build a hospital somewhere in Kisumu County, okay? You've got to wait until the next financial year, which begins in July. By July, you're almost halfway through your term.
Those are administrative
right? Then you
things
come
that
up with
can be sorted.
but we're
Come
talking
on,
about
no.
that.
Those are minor details.
It's
that
not
can
minor
be sorted.
detail. That is
Even
what we have.
The financial year can change,
That is what
and we
we
can
have.
make it relevant. We can have our elections at the start of the financial
All right.
year.
So let's even
Those
say,
are,
let's
are
even
neither
say,
here nor
Anthony,
there
let's
in
even
terms
say,
of governance.
let's go by Jerry's assertion here, that you're starting your term in September with a new financial year. Then you'll be able to build 2 roads within that time.
Within
A hospital within that time.
Absolutely. I told you these are not mega infrastructure
They
projects.
are mega.
Absolutely
They
not.
are
Mega is
mega.
SGR.
You're-
Mega is Thika Road. Mega falls
and
under
the-
national
Did we-
government.
in
They
the
are not mega infrastructure
Did
projects.
we let Roderick finish his train of thought?
Roderick had finished. This was
This is
Anthony.
Did Anthony finish?
Anthony actually dropped off. We lost
He
Anthony.
did. I
This is
honestly
Anna.
think that, yes, this is Anna. I think it's important that we start holding our leaders accountable, and making changes to rules to accommodate is not the way to go. And if someone is going to be in office for 2 years, it takes time for them to settle down. It takes time for them to know who to trust within their county governments or who not to trust.
Because
By
they've had the
time
5 years to do so.
And in your opinion,
the
how
past.
long would it take someone to settle down into an office of that nature?
About 6 months to a year.
Why?
It takes. But if you go, even us without all the distrust, if you're working in a private company, when you walk in, first you get to learn the job. You haven't been there before. Then you get to learn the people. You get to learn their strengths and their weaknesses.
Even your probation is 3 months.
Even your probation is 3 to 6
So
months.
now imagine if you had 2 years, you wouldn't have time for all those shenanigans. So there's delays with these 5 years. With 2 years, you know you don't have time for that. You've got to get in, do your developments, and you might be out. So you make sure you work
Do your
harder.
probation within the 2 years. And thank you very much for calling. I've got to let you go so that
Thank you, sir.
we can also
Thank
take
you.
in Winnie. Winnie, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
I'm calling from Nakuru.
Yes.
And for me, I feel like it doesn't matter what the period of time is that we give leaders to implement a project. What we actually need is a sense of ownership as the community or as a county that these are our projects, so that whoever comes in, whether it's after 2 years or 5 years, it's a continuity process. These guys are supposed to be like CEOs. When a company hires a new CEO, they don't change what it is that they are supposed to be doing. The CEO comes to implement what the company was made to be doing. So in the same way, even in a county, we need to say, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, this is what we want as the people of the county. Who is the administrator? Who will implement this? But for us, what we do is we ask the leaders, what are you going to do for us? That shouldn't be the case. We should be the ones to say, this is what we want. Are you able to do it? And we judge you based on that. And why are you able to do it? So for me, I feel like it doesn't, the lack of continuity, whether it's 5 years, whether it's 2 years, it's still there. Because somebody will come in after 5 years. If you don't continue your term, I mean, if you're not elected again, then this guy will say, these are the projects I want to focus on. And you see, we've spent money the last 5 years putting up some projects which the last governor thought would be ideal for Nakuru. And then another governor comes and says, no, this is not what I want. This is what we should be doing. So there is no sense of ownership. And in terms of public participation, we are not doing enough. So those are the things that we as the people, we shouldn't just blame our leaders. We should be the ones to take ownership and then make them implement the things that we want, the things that will help us.
But
so that there's a sense of continuity.
What if different people on the ground want different things? This is where democracy comes in. Unless you all come to a consensus that you all want schools built. What if some people want to focus on hospitals whilst others want to focus on building a business, a CBD?
This is where manifestos come in, Jerry. Even
Yeah,
before
and that's
I
why
help
you have
to
different
answer this,
leaders. What
Winnie.
she's suggesting, it should be like a company CEO. The company ethos remains the same. It's profit making. It's about the bottom line. A CEO comes in to improve that. It's always the same thing. Whereas with different governors, they represent different ideologies, different aspirations, and so on. So you can't have one. I understand what you're saying in terms of practically or aspirationally, but if you look at it from a democratic ideals perspective, you the people can't decide that this is what we want. We want it implemented over the next 20 years. Whoever comes in will vote, and they'll be like a CEO, because different people might want different things. You're not all in consensus.
Yep.
I would say that
but the point of public participation is to be able to get that consensus.
Yep.
Even when a governor puts up his manifesto, if every year he has the financial bill, he says these are the projects that we're going to go under. We're going to do this year and whatever. So it's never going to be that 100% of the county want these projects to go on.
Right.
It's always going to be about public participation. So why can't we do the public participation outside of whoever the leadership is? It shouldn't be about what the leader envisions for the county. It should be up to us as the people living there to come up with what we want, and then the democracy would be working for us in terms of, okay, you guys, we discussed as this constituency or as this ward. It can start from ward level, go to constituency level, all that, and at the end of it, I'm sure we can come up it won't be 100%, but everybody will know that these are the projects that we want, and this is what the governor, or we can judge you based on what you are supposed to implement. Because now what happens is these guys, they tell you this is what we're supposed to do. At the end of 5 years, they'll tell you national government gave us money late. So if we already know what it is that we wanted to do, we don't have to keep on bidding for in the 5 years. If you've not administered the budget that you had or the administrative powers that you are given, you are not using them well. At the end of 5 years, then we'll tell you, by the way, you're not a good administrator. We choose another one.
Why wait 5 years? Why wait 5 years to come to this realization? Why not 2 years?
Actually, this would work even if the period was only 2 years. Because you see, there's no that gap of, okay, now there's a new governor, he has this new project. It's part of continuity.
You know,
There's a continuity. So whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, it doesn't matter as long as we know what we as the people of this
it's what the people want. Thank you very much, Winnie, and have a good day in Nakuru.
You too.
0719-012-600 is the telephone number that we have opened up right now. All the lines are open. You can call in with your contribution. I think the what Winnie is actually alluding to, I agree with her. It's about the people. It's the values of the people. If the people have
Eric,
values,
that's an academic discussion.
That's what ideally is the setup is.
It is
but
not
in terms
idealist.
of that, actually,
what you're trying to take us to is
manifesting itself.
What you're also trying to take us to is idealism. Let me finish, City, because I had started this. I was saying I had started this. So you came in to try and respond to Jerry. I was talking about the values of the people. We keep voting out people, and that's why you're talking about it's so hard for us to remove. It's so hard for us to. If we actually elected well, we should not be worried about removing, because it'll be 1 or 2 cases where somebody has actually gone into those gross misconduct, breach of the Constitution. By the time somebody needs to be impeached, they've actually really proven to be a bad apple. They have really pushed it. If we had voted well, if we had elected well, would not be getting there. If we as a people we are not looking for a way to make it easier to vote out people, because that's what Jerry is saying. We're looking for a way to make it easier to vote out people. We're looking for a way to make it easier to remove people. Let's make it a way to make it easier for us to have people who are in office who serve us. So from the very beginning, in that ballot box, when I'm going to vote for this person, let me ensure that this person is somebody who can deliver.
What do you think will drive somebody to serve us to the best of his ability?
Their own values and ethos.
But no, it's the fear of loss is a key driving factor in behavior.
That is one of them.
Have nothing to do with what you're saying. They have to do with MCAs disagreeing with the governor.
Ethos, values.
No.
Whose values? Whose ethos? We're
No,
talking about
those
leaders.
people.
These are
The thing
personal
is,
disagreements. That's true.
The things that lady Winnie was saying sounds very nice. Ideally, that's what should happen. What you're saying ought to happen. The situation in Kenya is it is impossible to impeach a governor. Not near impossible. It is impossible to impeach a governor. You cannot, with all the mechanisms you have in place. So why go that painful route? Let them stay for 2 terms. Let them.
2 terms, 2 years.
2 years.
2 years, sorry.
Thank
Let
you.
them know they have 2 years.
Are we in agreement today,
I'm in
CT?
agreement.
All right, give me 5.
I'm in agreement because, you see, every other method, if it is constitutional, democratic, it will be subverted.
And that is why I'm saying that you Jerry, and the rest are thinking the same way. It's about removing. Get this mindset off our system, people. We cannot be voting in people so that we remove them. We cannot be going into an election to vote out people. Let's go into an election to vote in people.
In the right people.
How do you put in the right person? By making sure he knows, if I mess around here, I'll lose.
Yes.
Trust me, loss aversion is major.
How do we change that? By removing the wrong person, for example, after 2 years? Or are we saying it's a trial and error kind of system? We remove them after 2 years.
You know,
it's a trial and error kind of system right now, but it's 5 years. At least we do it every 2 years.
The right way. How do we change it? Because then what we have 2 years of the wrong person, another 2 years of the wrong person,
like a right
another
or
2
wrong
years of
person
the
in
wrong
politics
person.
Well, right now we can have 5 years of the wrong person, another 5 years of the wrong person.
Another system we're just going into another system of doing the same thing.
Why are you righting and wronging this thing? With politicians, there's nothing right or wrong. 2 years incentivizes you to do what you're supposed to do.
Well,
or
even
the
5 years
converse allows you to do the things that you shouldn't do.
Yes, but 5 years is too long a period for that.
So we'd rather you plunder for 2 years than plunder for 5. That's what we are saying.
I'm trying to tell you that given the system that we have, you are incentivizing. 5 years is not an incentive. it's not an incentive that works for the public.
You see, the,
Also, I'd like
the
to say
incentives that
something.
we as a
That
people
person-
look at.
I'd like to say
our
something. The
incentives
fact
are
that there are
punished. It's
mechanisms.
punishment. We've got to get
no,
out
no,
of
no.
this
The
mentality.
fact
How is
that
an
the
election a
fact,
punishment?
the fact that there are
Voting
mechanisms.
out.
Listen, the fact that there are mechanisms in the first place to try and remove a governor, it shows that it is foreseeable an eventuality that we would
Yes.
want to remove one.
Yes.
But it's actually impossible given the nature of given the framework where we've been given the politics, the dynamics, and so on. So the drafters of our constitution who wanted to uphold democracy, they have seen that yes, there might be a case where you really want to remove a governor, but of course they can't legislate for the dynamics that we have within our culture, the way we work with MCAs, being bribed not to do this. They can't legislate for values, so they can't legislate for people not to, for MCAs to be not bribed, for them not to vote somebody out in a vote of no
Or for them
confidence.
to pay people to elect them.
Absolutely. So what this does, it gives power back to the people to do exactly what this removal of a county governor, this Article 181 envisaged or enabled people to do.
Article 181 enabled the people to actually follow these steps. You have elected representatives.
But I am telling you, it is
And,
practically impossible.
You see, you're
to
saying it's
do
practically
this.
impossible because 2 cases have not succeeded.
No,
That's
it's
only 2
practically
cases out of
impossible because
many.
it
How
hasn't.
many?
You can't
How
legislate
many?
for the
No,
fact
no,
that
no,
we have
no.
a culture of
Let's-
tuaki tukidogo where the
Eric,
MCA will vote.
let's
this.
start
Eric,
with
the
this.
law of
How many-
precedence does not require 10. It requires 1.
Yeah, but that one
One.
also had reasons. It also had reasons. Look, if
So
you
what
look
I'm
at-
saying is I'm actually helping crystallize what the drafters of the constitution envisaged in allowing the voters or the electorate to be able to remove a governor, because it's impossible under this.
let's not even have a governor then.
Actually,
That's
now
where
that you
you're
mention
heading.
it, now that you mention it,
Good morning.
Let's not have a president.
This is Spice FM. Good morning. I've lost that call. I had a caller coming.
As I was saying, Eric, let's not have a president then.
Yeah, because we are always constantly thinking of put somebody in so that you can remove them. Or we've got to find ways of removing them. We've got to find ways of removing them. We've got to find ways of removing
There's
them.
a reason we
how
need ways
democracy
of
works, my
removing them.
brother.
There's a good reason we need ways of removing them.
Yes.
As is illustrated by the people who drafted the constitution. They have
Yes.
given us
Eric,
provisions
Eric,
And
to
they have
remove
given us
them.
provisions.
But
and
these
those provisions, and you're
they-
saying that those
no,
provisions
no.
have not worked because
It
of
cannot,
one case.
It cannot
One.
work. No, the
One
provisions,
case.
Eric,
they
there's
cannot
a
work.
socio-cultural activities we engage in called marriage. And it's something most people, not all, get into knowing. And it's pleasurable.
Knowing that you'll get out.
There is a passage for it. When it doesn't work, there has to be a way out. Because
Yes.
it sometimes doesn't work. And that's something you choose. That's something you decide. If that is something so personal.
All right. So, CT, let's go with that.
Yes.
What's the procedure of breaking a marriage? Let's go culturally. Let's go into culture from where you come
In my
from.
culture, you can't get you cannot divorce. It's culturally you can't divorce.
But you get into it knowing that you can. Now let's come into right now. Forget the culture. Let's look at the law. What's the procedure of getting a divorce?
I don't know. I've never even thought of it.
Well, you file. You start by filing. I can tell you.
So
Yeah.
there's-
You start by filing.
there's a method.
for a divorce.
There's a method for it. Can you say that well, let's because it's going to be so difficult to actually go to court and prove that this marriage is irreversibly what are the words that I use again?
Incompatible.
Right?
Irreconcilable
differences.
Irreconcilable differences. That we have irreconcilable differences. It's going to be such an arduous task, like what we are seeing now in the case of a Meru senator. We're seeing it's such a long process. So let's remove all that and say, if I want to divorce you, I should just walk out.
You're just stating what people do. Some people just walk out. That's what they do. They walk out.
Yeah, but that's not divorce.
Eric, the point
It's not categorized as divorce anywhere, not in culture, not in law.
It's not divorce on paper, but you're living like a divorced person, so it's working for you.
You know,
now, here, what's happening is you've got such a complex, convoluted way of trying to get somebody out, and it also doesn't take into account the social context, the cultural context, the fact that people bribe and so on. We can't legislate for values. Now, if those values are hindering what the Constitution set out to do in giving us this advantage of being able to remove a governor as the electorate, why not come up with something else
So, but
that
then-
will counter
what if, Jerry,
those what I would call bottlenecks in democracy?
What if we do this? Let's remove all those what has been prescribed for in the Act, because that's just in the Act, all right? And say that let's revise the Act, the County Government Act, and say those many steps of go to the county assembly, get county assembly consent by 2/3, go to the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Let's remove all that and say, if you'd like to remove a governor, this is what you shall do. You shall wait. At this point, you shall X number of people can actually file a motion and call for an election. But that's in that instance, if the people
that's another avenue. I was just suggesting this one.
If the people in this constituency, county constituency of Nairobi, are unhappy with their governor, then mobilize X number of people, a certain percentage.
But X number of people is not representative of the 800,000. That's why I went through that whole process of showing you.
Let me finish. Mobilize half the population, half the number of voters, or a percentage of the number of voters. Go to IEBC and let those people actually lodge and say, we'd like to recall our governor. And then the IEBC calls for an election only in that county, because the people of that county are the ones who have said we are unhappy. The ones who are happy with their governor, let the governor continue serving.
I don't dispute that.
Because
That's yet another idea. I've come up with this idea. That's yet another idea.
And you see,
I don't have a problem with that. I just prefer the 2-year or the midterm elections because it also comes with its benefits. It also makes sure that somebody works really hard because they know they only have 2 years. It also brings in fresh ideas regularly. Also, they're thinking of being re-elected more often. If you notice, a lot of politicians will give out the goodies towards the end of their term. So, for the first 3-4 years, people are not enjoying the benefits of their leadership, or
they're not getting
and so on. No, not handouts. When I say goodies, even building roads and things like that, they do it right at the end because so it can stay in people's minds.
You're not seeing the realization of the projects that they've been working on until towards the end, when you can actually see them physically.
No, it doesn't take 5 years to build a road. It doesn't take 5 years to build a road. But I do know it is general, basic political strategy to give out your goodies towards the end of your political term. So it's still at the forefront of people's minds when they're voting for you, and the likability factor is there. So if people are having to wait 5 years, don't you think if it was 2 years, they'll be getting more goodies if we're thinking of the electorate? Just food for thought. And then also the fact that you give more people a chance at leadership. We were talking about tribalism or clans. I said, of course, there's less tribalism at county level in that it's not as divisive. It's not as, the tensions aren't as negative. But you brought up the fact that, well, there's clans and families. So if it's a 2-year election cycle, it gives a lot more people, it's more inclusive. This time it's you guys. Next time it's you guys. No? That's why I was going for this avenue. But yours is just as valid, so long as the electorate has an opportunity to remove a governor if they don't want him.
The electorate always has an opportunity, and that's why it's called an election cycle. Always has an opportunity to remove a governor or any leader, president,
so I'm just
MCA, anybody.
It's after 2 years.
But then I'm basing this also on what I know you also consider to be important.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that you keep telling us elections are expensive, right? So if we go into a 2-year cycle, basically it just becomes a very long and expensive. It's constantly expensive. Somebody else also actually mentioned that we're constantly in this electioneering mode and cycle and mood. And so we've come into Nairobi, and the next thing we are already campaigning for, what 16 years, 16 months down the road.
It does, and also it doesn't have to be the case. Of course, elections are, the electioneering mode. It's very tense, especially in Kenya. I think at a national level, I think when you're doing it at a lower level, people will start to enjoy it as a democratic right, and it doesn't need to be expensive. If we start to embrace technology and start thinking of doing things differently because we're involved in doing them, we can actually make elections a lot more cheaper. The only people who would be spending money are the people maybe who are campaigning.
I try to imagine the elements of advocacy and really, information sharing that we would have to do on a deeper level. We talk about advocacy when it comes to election periods, but looking at things like this, where we're saying for the purposes of, allowing somebody to bring in initiatives or agendas that would actually work, giving more people an opportunity to be at the seat of rule, doing things like that, the people really, really have to understand. And I dare say that even now, as we are, people don't really understand what it is they are doing when they are casting their vote.
Every 2 years, you will get to figure it out.
This is what
civic education.
I am still saying.
We can focus on that.
I am saying that civic education and advocacy needs to happen. It needs to happen now. Even in a situation where we're bringing people to rule in for 2 years, if that is the situation, it actually needs to. I still contend that individuals who vote on large numbers really don't understand what it is. Really don't understand what it is they are doing when they are voting.
Your concern is civic education.
Mike, it's
okay, I can reassure you, if elections are more often, people will be more informed.
They'll get it.
Absolutely.
Oh my God!
In fact, they'll become quite the connoisseurs of how
that's how
elections
learning
work.
takes place.
Absolutely.
They'll get it.
So we've had elections every 5 years
And
since
you see,
1963.
you are assuming they don't get it, and I keep telling you, they get it.
People know, so we don't need.
They get it.
The thing is, we are just changing our values, our system, and that's I keep going back to. If we as the people are electing people, like you've said before, we elect these legislators not for their role of legislating and oversighting.
We just like them for whatever reason.
We're electing them so they can bring us goodies.
Yes.
Then we need to change that.
Yes.
Because we are the ones who are.
And how do you change that when you have elections every 5 years?
How do you change that even if you have election every 6 months?
You do, because
you're just looking for the highest bidder. You're just looking for the highest bidder.
The length of time will automatically change the dynamics of the election. It'll change it. The
it increases the frequency of eating and
even
the frequency
even the thinking around it will change, simply because I have 2 years, and within 2 years, if I want that seat again, I'd better do something.
The idea
useful.
of participation, which is a key ingredient of democracy, you're participating more often, surely.
You'll get.
It's just more democratic. Yeah.
So Jerry
Public participation.
Jerry started this conversation from the headline in today's Standard. We've got 7 governors who have been plastered there. KRA goes after 7 governors in 13 billion shillings tax row. We've also had issues where governors have faced impeachment, and she says the entire process of impeaching, of removing a governor, first of all, is undemocratic, because somebody who's been elected by the people, their fate is being determined by representatives of the people, but not directly by the people. And she says, let's take this back to the people and say, let the people elect a governor, let the people remove a governor. And from that, she goes on to say, let's therefore shorten our election cycle for governors, and have it a 2-year cycle, so that if you don't like a governor, you can remove them. If you like a governor, you can re-elect them, right? And this is the conversation we're having this morning. Do you agree with this or don't you? It is 22 minutes to 10 o'clock. We'll take a look at the traffic situation, and then we'll be picking your phone calls. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. And then also Ndu will be reading what the comments are on Facebook and Twitter right after this. Good morning. This is Spice FM.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How, you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya. Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best, freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles? Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where and how you can be a part of all that. The lifestyle guide that has been missing in your life. Pulsar. Live it up.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Traffic.
Devolved situation on the roads where now traffic is being spread around the city. And we have issues still, again, on Wayaki Way, leading down into Westlands. And again, the issue on Langata Road is a continuing problem. Traffic is going to spill over for a while now. Mombasa Road is looking much better, as is Thika Road. Apart from that, we don't have anything major, just knowing that traffic has, moved on more clearly than we saw about an hour ago. Unless there's anything major that would happen that we need to know about, do let us know. But for now, everything is moving as it should or as is expected. Give us a call on 0719-012-600.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
19 minutes to 10 o'clock. Good morning. This is Spice FM. What do you think? Should we have elections in the counties every 2 years? What do you think about that? I've got Apollo from Nairobi. Apollo, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, what do you think?
Now, I think the biggest shortcoming we have in governance in the country right now is the detachment of the voters from the county planning and development execution. So the key document for this is a county integrated development plan. And if anyone looks at it, you'll see pages and pages of allocation of billions to said projects. Now, if a focus on governance was around what goes into this plan and how it is executed, then we would have a bit more watering down of focusing on the personality of the governor and more focus on the development, so that people are actively engaged in contributing ideas, monitoring execution of the development plan, and it becomes a little harder for the governor and the people around him to want to misappropriate or do other things that are outside the central plan. And I think that's a better model to govern. And it is so easy to put this CIDP, County Integrated Development Plan, online, so that people actively contribute to county development democratically, as opposed to waiting to see what has this person done for us over this time. And I'd imagine that should be the focus of the Commission on Revenue Allocation, IEBC, and even the central government, if they're honest about fighting corruption even at county level, is putting the County Integrated Development Plan and public participation in it front and center of county governance.
All right. So you don't think that we should therefore shorten the election cycle?
It's probably neither here nor there, but the central thing is, what is this development plan? What are the priorities for this region? And how is it being executed? That way, we elect people based on how they're executing the priorities that we have for the county. And it doesn't matter if the person is in for 5 years or for 1 year. It becomes clear why you want this person out. At the beginning of the election cycle, these are the priorities you set, and this is the execution thereof. And if it is not being met, then now we have a solid criteria to say, hey, this guy is not championing our agenda, and that's what we want. So the focus is not on the person and necessarily how long they stay there, but then on the development agenda, its execution and public participation in it. Right now, I think it is this Makueni that has been actively engaging people in the County Integrated Development Plan. I don't know any other governor, not even the Nairobi governor, who has stood up and talked about the CIDP and the progress being made around it. I'd just like to challenge anyone to pick up the CIDP for their county and read through and see how risky it is for the public not to participate very actively online all the time in the CIDP agenda. Essentially, the governor can sit and pocket millions every single day, because it is pages upon pages upon pages of millions being allocated for this
to various
that, and
projects.
that.
So let me ask you, Apollo.
Our focus. Yes.
Apollo, so the conversation this morning is on dealing with rogue governors. So if a governor has not lived by the standards and expectations of the people,
yes,
whether we have a good CIDP or not, but they are just the implementer of that CIDP. So what do we do with that governor?
You get him out. But first, how are you going to determine whether or not the governor is delivering?
So it's a
So we need
yardstick
a
that you're saying.
And that benchmark should be the CIDP.
Okay.
This is what we agreed upon. So first, formulating of the CIDP needs genuine public participation, not what happens currently where a circular is put out in the newspaper and you're told in 3 days' time you should assemble in this social hall and ratify or give your opinion on this CIDP agenda. That is not participation. That's just a game, right? So CIDP is put up online, then we gauge the county government on execution of their CIDP. Then parties, Kenyans from everywhere and even that county participate actively in execution of their CIDP. In fact, if the CIDP is publicly, properly opened, job creation in counties is going to be sharp, because you're saying we want to relocating this 20 billion into agriculture. And people in the county actively get involved. Say,
and they
this
know.
is an opportunity for me. This is an opportunity for me. And if we are not following this plan, then who has changed this plan? Why have they changed it? They're performing or they're not performing. And then we can get them out.
Thank you.
So
Thank
the
you very
focus
much,
is
Apollo.
on the development agenda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Apollo. Thank you for your call this morning. Well, the number is 0719-012-600 if you have thoughts that are similar to Apollo's or contrary to Apollo's, or basically if you think that we should have elections at the county level every 2 years, give us a call. I think what Apollo is basically talking about is what Ndu you were saying. It's about civic education. It's about we, the people, basically understanding what exactly the role of this leader is.
We do ourselves a huge
and what
disservice
tools do we
by-
have?
We do ourselves a huge disservice by not participating or asking questions or even moving forward and finding out the progress of the people that we put in power.
By delegating our authority.
It's interesting because if you're looking at the tweet deck this morning, and Kevin Otieno says, just like new employees, governors should have a probation for the first 2 years in office, during which they are fully dispensable. They use this time to prove their development agenda by translating manifesto into real development. The projects then must be completed in 2 years so that they don't hold us hostage. After the probation, we sit down with them and evaluate them on achievements. If they fail on just one, they automatically face the axe. If the projects are all completed, then we confirm them.
So the 2-year cycle is basically probationary.
Yes, it is a probationary period, but then we give them the opportunity to then, take on.
So we can re-elect them.
We can, not necessarily re-elect them, but now we confirm them to go on for the full 5 years.
Okay.
Gangster Guru says, Sonko in his wisdom, or purely by chance, has shown us that we do not need a deputy governor, just looking at the ways in which, public officials expend their duties. Elachi in her wisdom, or purely per chance, has advised that we do not need a properly running county assembly. BBI Napunguza Bravado, have you not learned? Yes, we need a devolved system. Federalism, or any other species close to it, has assisted the country in decentralizing some aspects of power, which have been concentrated on one individual, which is the president. However, the present model has little justification, but political expediency designed by politicians. It is thus a political construct. No, it's not what he wrote, but okay. It then is a political system. Our expectation that other aspects of our citizenry life should be incorporated is unrealistic, as far as he's concerned. He said some other things I cannot say on air, but we're looking at XYZ.
XXXXXX. You can read the comment on Spice FM KE on our Facebook. Spice FM KE also on Twitter. More comments coming in. We will be taking them. 0719-012-600. This whole idea of because this patch is not working, let's put up another patch is is what I have a principal disagreement with.
You think we should just stick to what's not working?
No. I think
Because
we should first of all look at what's not working and look at the root cause. Not just keep dealing with symptoms all the time, because the symptoms are that we are not able to remove a governor. We are not able to elect a good governor in the first place. Those are symptoms. Our issues are our values. What do we stand for? What do we understand as our role in electing leaders? What do we understand as their role and duties as leaders that we've elected? If we're putting them up there, then let's deal with that. Let's look back and see, are our values actually helping us? As our national values actually helping us to live in this country well?
How do you hold leaders accountable, Eric? How do you hold leaders accountable? What is the mechanism by which you hold leaders accountable for the mandate that goes with the office?
Unfortunately, I don't think we have a mechanism.
No,
in
the
place
main
right
one,
now for which
the main one is the ballot box.
When you go back and put another leader in place, or to say that this individual from whom you've given the mandate to do this, that you put them in again,
is the ballot box enough?
I don't think so.
So the ballot box,
and we don't have something that is measurable to say, these are the checks and balances that we had in place, and we say, I'm going to hold you to this. You did this, I will hold you to this, and if you didn't, again, I can hold you to this kind of repercussion. We don't have something like that in place.
Teacher,
and these are the things that I'm talking about. If we were participatory, then it would be clear that there's a vacuum. If we were participatory, if we had a lobbying system in place, if we were active.
How do you create that?
We start talking. And we don't.
Oh, we talk all right.
Oh, but then we talk, but not enough. We talk in our little pockets.
We
don't
likes
talk
to do things gently. There's a utopian
we
aspect
don't
to
talk.
our
We don't
perspective.
talk enough. We don't talk enough.
You think people are nice, they're good.
How
You
do you
forget
measure talk?
within talking, people are paid for opinions. People are not going to be genuine. They're not going to be honest. Your approach definitely works, but you're not contextualizing into the Kenyan, the Kenyan scene, whereby
reality of a Kenyan
people will
situation.
be miseducated intentionally by the leader.
People are
will
definitely
be
not.
misinformed
They're not putting
intentionally.
themselves in the
media
process
will
by keeping
intentionally
mum.
misinform
And
you.
because we see those things in place, then we keep mum even more.
You don't do.
No, we use other systems.
Which are what? Which are these
2-year
mechanisms?
election
Which
cycles.
Which are now? I'm talking
2-year
about now
election
that we have,
cycles.
because we're talking about a problem that we have now. We don't have a mechanism in place right
is
now
just- it
that's
is
going to mitigate
symptomatic
these
address of
problems. We
issues.
don't.
We do actually.
What
We do.
is it? Tell us what it is.
The
if you know what it
citizenry
is.
should stop accepting bribes given to them. If they want to genuinely
There
hold
you
them
go.
accountable,
Values.
they should stop receiving bribes.
Values.
Who receives bribes?
Values. The voter. I've got Roderick
All
back on the
right.
line. Roderick, good morning.
Hello, let me just say this. I've been listening to this thing, and it's going back and forth, about the issue of 2 years and all that. Why don't we just, I have to blame one person, first of all, the Kenyan, the common man. We go to the extent of, this guy is a thug,
Well,
a
we still put
self-confessed
him back
thug,
in office.
and we still put him back in office to run. You see, values. We should go first again to ourselves and ask ourselves,
Values.
what are we and who are we and who do we want us to take this mantle of leadership and take us forward?
Yes.
I think that's where we should start from the best to start. Because we start cutting a tree from the top.
The top. We'll never finish.
We'll never deal with it.
Exactly.
Asante sana, Roderick.
Down to again, going back to values. What are we and whom do we put in office? Let's not what kuchota watu on Twitter that you can be the president and the election even comes.
Won't work.
The guy sees dust. Tuache hii maneno bwana. It all boils down to us Kenyans.
Yep.
Values and that's what the children that we're bringing up is something that we have been with for 20 plus years or 30 years since democracy started, and is still perpetrating it, and the values and bad politicking.
Yeah.
So it's all about values.
Thank you very much, Roderick.
So,
Values. Who are we? What are our values as a
taking
people?
bribes.
Number one, yes. So you see, if we start from that point, Jerry, that's what I was saying. If we look, what we are dealing with is symptoms. So we've got rogue leaders. We've elected somebody. So that person goes and they're not either doing their job. They're not doing their job mainly not because of incompetence. They're not doing their job because they have decided to focus on something else. If they are deciding to focus on something else, if they're breaking the law, if they're eating our money, if they're doing all those things, then that person, being a member of our society, and we keep saying our leaders are a reflection of us, that means that we have no values. If we actually decided that you have no values,
Actually, we do have values. They're just
not clear,
a bit squiff. But we do have values, and they're also very fluid. But we do have values.
They're warped, sort of.
They're still values.
We haven't solidified them. You see, if we
they're
actually
fairly solidified.
If we decided to go by our values, it means that also our county assembly, which is a check and balance, instead of coming back to us all the time.
Excuse me, did you say the assembly is a check and balance?
Hold on, yes, it's what it's supposed to be.
Which one? The national or the county?
Both.
Check and balance.
If you had people with values, if we had elected,
those are perpetrators.
You wait. So if you actually had put people with values in those bodies, what
we
would
would
happen?
trust them to be able to push your agenda later on.
Which is perfect in utopia. All these flowery values. If we were good people, we didn't take bribes. That's just not the case.
So
the reality on the ground is that people will take bribes, and these are the dynamics I was talking about that the Constitution cannot capture, and therefore cannot give us a mechanism to overcome or to navigate our way around. And that is why I suggested, because the Constitution, it does envisage a situation where you'd want to remove your governor. And because the Constitution cannot legislate for values, it cannot force MCAs not to be bribed for them not to pass a motion, which is what is happening, and we can't overcome that.
So
we can't fight that.
a few people,
so what I'm saying, for the sake of the electorate, we can introduce another way of doing things. It's not perfect. It's not the silver bullet, but it allows us to remove governors if we feel they're not serving the purpose of the citizenry. And furthermore, it comes with its other benefits. I gave you examples. There's more fresh ideas circulating, new people all the time. The idea of, if you have a short period, it creates an element of urgency for the governor to act. The fact that he's not always thinking, he's always thinking of re-election. It's not just in the last sort of run up to the end of his term that he will start to dish out the goodies. And when I say goodies, I mean that in terms of things maybe that were in his manifesto.
Visible projects.
Yes, or things people will feel, tangible projects as well. So it comes also with a range of benefits. It allows us to remove what would say our rogue senators, let's say, or rogue governors. But also it comes with quite a few benefits. People get to participate in the process of democracy a lot more regularly, which is part and parcel of democracy. It's one of the tenets of democracy, participation. So for me, I see it as a way forward. It's something we need to discuss, maybe think about incorporating into any amendments that we'll be making to the Constitution.
City, what are your closing comments on this?
There's a certain social contract that politicians have with the voter. And this one has been corrupted by bribery. Now, Kenyans are fairly conscientious and fairly religious people, and actually really genuinely law-abiding. There's a guilt factor to it. I received something from this person, whether it's 10 or 50 bob. So there are certain things you can't shout too loudly about. Now, you may say it doesn't make sense, but it does. Let's change the contract. 2 years gives you enough time to change that contract as often as you like. And listen, if the 2 years isn't working, make it 5. But start with 1 is even better. But start with something that enables you to actually interact with this person you want to elect more often. All these things we talk about, debate, change, behavior change, intervention, it'll happen when that person will want to see you and talk to you more often when he knows in 2 years' time he's going back to the ballot.
No.
We have a responsibility when it comes to our satisfaction on a democratic level. We have so much to do when it comes to how we participate and the intrinsic values, yes, that we do possess, and that which we want to perpetuate on that level to us as a citizenry, to us as a country. We have a lot to do when it comes to how much we participate as a people, because at the end of the day, yes, we have the people. We do have the power, and the leaders that we put into power also realize this. I don't think we know the extent to which we can wield that power.
And I say the same thing. I think we as a people need to reevaluate our own values. If we think of not taking that 50 bob bribe that City has actually mentioned from that leader, we will then start electing good people who we can hold accountable. However, if we look at it from a point of just making sure that it's not the 80 people in the county assembly who are being bribed, bring the bribe to all of us so that we can elect you, then we'll go into that 2-year cycle, 1-year cycle, because we are saying, we don't like what you're doing, bring something. We see whether we can elect you again. or not. And that is the wrong way to go. Thank you very much for tuning in to Spice FM this morning. This has been The Situation Room. Eric Latif, Ndu Oko, Njeri Thorne, and CT Muga. Keep listening to Spice FM between now and 7 p.m. It's Sugar and Spice and everything nice, uninterrupted music. 7 to 10 o'clock, we've got the adults in the room. Emmanuel Kisiangani, Eric Odwor, Eric Omondi, I beg your pardon, and the Duchess of Ikolomani, Barbara Mbaka. Thank you very much for tuning in. See you again tomorrow. Good day.
Spice up your life. Nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How, you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.